The afternoon light slanted through the tall windows of Professor McGonagall's classroom, catching dust motes that drifted like tiny golden snitches through the air. October had painted the grounds beyond in shades of amber and rust. But inside the Transfiguration classroom, the stone walls held their usual chill. The ancient castle seemed to breathe around them, settling into itself with the occasional distant groan of shifting staircases or the muffled clank of armor in far-off corridors. Elara Whitmore sat at her desk in the third row, staring at the white feather before her with an intensity that made her temples ache. Around her, the scratching of quills had long since ceased. Most of her classmates had finished the assignment 20 minutes ago, their feathers successfully transformed into neat wooden matchsticks that lay in tidy rows across their desks. Some had even been given permission to practice the reversal spell, turning their matchsticks back into feathers with varying degrees of success. She was the only one still struggling with the forward transformation. The feather sat on her desk in a small pool of afternoon sunlight, its delicate barbs catching the light. It was an ordinary feather, probably from one of the castle's many owls, McGonagall had said at the start of term. Nothing special about it, nothing that should make this so impossibly difficult. Elara raised her wand again, a 9-inch hawthorn with a unicorn hair core that had chosen her 3 years ago in Diagon Alley. Her hand trembled slightly. She could feel the weight of attention from the other students, though most were polite enough to pretend they weren't watching. She knew what they were thinking. Third year. Should have mastered this by now. Even some of the second years could manage basic object transformation. Concentrate on the intended form. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the classroom like a knife through butter. The professor stood at the front, hands clasped before her, tartan robes perfectly pressed. Her dark hair was pulled back in its customary tight bun, and her square spectacles caught the light as she surveyed the room. Transfiguration requires absolute clarity. The wand is merely the channel. Your mind must hold the complete image of both what is and what will be. Elara had heard these words a dozen times. She understood them intellectually. A feather was light, airy, designed for flight. A matchstick was dense, solid, made for a single purpose, to catch fire and burn. She understood the theory. She had read Emmerich Switch's A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration until the pages were dog-eared. She had even borrowed Intermediate Transfiguration from the library, hoping that perhaps a more advanced text might reveal some secret the basic one had missed. She tightened her grip on her wand and spoke clearly. Transmuto. The feather twitched, just a small movement, as if caught by a breath of wind. Then it began to smoke, thin wisps rising from its tip. For a moment, Elara's heart leaped. This was further than she'd gotten before. Perhaps this time. The feather burst into a brief, bright flame. Elara jerked backward, and the fire extinguished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind a small pile of ash and the acrid smell of burning keratin. A few students snickered. Someone whispered something she couldn't quite catch. Miss Whitmore. McGonagall's voice was not unkind, but it carried that particular tone of disappointed expectation that somehow felt worse than outright criticism. What have I told you about force? Not to use it, Professor. Elara's voice came out smaller than she intended. Precisely. McGonagall moved down the aisle with her characteristic brisk stride. She stopped beside Elara's desk, looking down at the small pile of ash. With a casual flick of her wand, the ash reassembled itself into a new feather. The movement so smooth and effortless, it made Elara's chest tighten with envy. Transfiguration is not about overpowering the object. You are not battling it into submission. You are guiding it into a new form, persuading it, if you will. But how do you persuade a feather, Professor? McGonagall's lips twitched. Not quite a smile, but something close. That, Miss Whitmore, is precisely the question you need to answer. She tapped her wand lightly against Elara's desk. Again, but this time, before you cast, I want you to truly look at the feather, not at what you want it to become, at what it is. The professor moved on to observe another student's work, leaving Elara alone with her restored feather and her mounting frustration. She glanced at the clock on the wall, an ornate brass piece that ticked with the steady rhythm of the castle's heartbeat. 15 minutes left in the lesson. Around her, the comfortable sounds of successful magic continued. Thomas Chen, sitting 2 desks ahead, had moved on to transforming his matchstick into a needle. Rebecca Thornbury was helping her friend Sarah with the reversal spell, their heads bent together as they whispered over Sarah's half-transformed matchstick. Even Oliver Prewett, who had barely scraped an acceptable in last year's exams, had managed the basic transformation and was now doodling on his parchment, clearly bored. Elara forced herself to look at the feather as McGonagall had instructed. Really look at it. It was white mostly, with a slight cream tint near the base. The shaft ran down the center. The raches she remembered from her reading, solid and straight. The barbs branched off in neat, parallel lines, each one splitting into smaller barbules that hooked together to create the smooth surface. It was engineering, really. Natural engineering designed over centuries to be as light as possible while still maintaining structure and function. A feather's purpose was flight, lightness, air resistance, flexibility. A matchstick's purpose was burning, density, rigidity, potential energy, waiting to be released. They were opposites in almost every way. Elara raised her wand again. This time, she tried to imagine the transformation not as a violent change, but as a persuasion, as McGonagall had said. She pictured the airy spaces between the barbs filling in, becoming solid, the flexible shaft stiffening, the white fading to brown. She held the image in her mind as clearly as she could and spoke the incantation again, more softly this time. Transmuto. The feather quivered. The tip darkened slightly, as if stained by tea. The barbs pressed together, and for one glorious moment, Elara thought she had it. The feather was solidifying, compressing, becoming denser. Then it split down the middle with a soft tearing sound and fell apart into 2 limp halves. Elara dropped her wand onto the desk with a clatter that made several students turn to look. Heat rushed to her face. She stared down at the ruined feather, feeling the familiar burn of tears behind her eyes. She would not cry. Not here. Not in front of everyone. Time, Professor McGonagall announced, her voice cutting through the ambient classroom sounds. Wands down. Those of you who successfully completed the transformation may leave. Miss Thornbury, Mr. Chen, Mr. Prewett, excellent work today. Those who are still struggling. Her gaze swept across the room, touching on Elara and 2 other students. I expect you to practice this weekend. We will be moving on to animal transformations next week, and you must have mastered inanimate transfiguration first. The scraping of chairs and benches filled the room as students gathered their belongings. The chatter rose immediately. Discussions of the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, speculation about the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff Quidditch match, complaints about the potions essay due Monday, the normal, comfortable noise of students freed from concentration. Elara remained seated, slowly packing her bag. She placed her textbook inside, the cover worn from use, annotations in the margins from her desperate studying, her quill, her inkpot. The ruined feather halves she swept into her palm and deposited in the wastebasket beside McGonagall's desk. The classroom emptied quickly. Students had dinner to look forward to, and the great hall would already be filling with the warm scent of roasted chicken and fresh bread. The house elves would have laid out their usual Friday feast, treacle tart and pumpkin juice, and all the comforts of Hogwarts that made it feel like home. But Elara couldn't bring herself to leave just yet. Professor McGonagall was organizing papers at her desk, her movements precise and efficient. The professor had that quality about her. Everything she did seemed intentional, considered, perfect. Elara wondered if McGonagall had ever struggled with anything magical in her life. Probably not. She was rumored to have become an animagus before she was even out of school. She was one of the finest transfiguration masters in Britain. The very idea of Professor McGonagall failing at a simple feather-to-matchstick transformation was laughable. Was there something else, Miss Whitmore? Elara startled. She hadn't realized she'd been standing there, staring. No, Professor. I was just... She trailed off, not sure how to finish the sentence. McGonagall set down the papers and looked at Elara properly. Not the sweeping glance she used to assess the entire class, but a focused, considering look that made Elara feel suddenly transparent. "You're trying too hard," McGonagall said. "I thought trying hard was the point. There is a difference between effort and strain." The professor moved around her desk, leaning against it slightly. This close, Elara could see the fine lines around her eyes, the small imperfections that made her seem momentarily less like an untouchable authority and more like a person. Magic responds to clarity of intent, not strength of desire. You desire the transformation so badly that your magic becomes forceful, demanding, and the object resists. But how do I want it less? I need to learn this. Perhaps that's your problem. McGonagall's expression softened almost imperceptibly. You're thinking about what you need rather than what the magic needs. Transfiguration is not about imposing your will. It's about understanding. When you truly understand both forms, what the feather is, what the matchstick is, the transformation becomes almost inevitable, natural. Elara wanted to argue that she did understand. She had studied. She knew the theory backward and forward. But something in McGonagall's expression stopped her. "I don't know how to understand better than I already do," she admitted quietly. "Then perhaps you need to stop trying to understand with just your mind." McGonagall straightened, smoothing her robes. "Observation, Miss Whitmore. Before our next lesson, I want you to simply observe. Watch transformations in the natural world. A fire consuming wood, ice melting into water, a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, if you can find one this late in the season. Magic is not separate from nature. It is an extension of it. When you see how transformation occurs naturally, you may better understand how to guide it magically." The professor moved back to her desk, a clear dismissal. But then she paused and added, almost as an afterthought, "I struggled with conjuration in my 5th year, couldn't produce so much as a button for weeks. Everyone else in my class was conjuring handkerchiefs and dinner rolls, and I sat there producing puffs of smoke. Do you know what finally helped?" Ilara shook her head, surprised by the admission. "I stopped trying to create something from nothing and started thinking of it as calling something that already wanted to exist. A subtle difference in perspective, but it made all the difference." McGonagall picked up her papers again. "You may go, Miss Whitmore. Do try to eat something at dinner. Magic requires fuel, and you'll do yourself no favors by skipping meals." "Yes, Professor. Thank you." Ilara left the classroom, stepping out into the corridor where the castle's ambient sounds immediately wrapped around her. Somewhere distant, Peeves was cackling. Closer by, a portrait of a Georgian-era wizard was arguing with a portrait of a medieval knight about proper dueling etiquette. The corridor smelled of old stone and the lingering traces of magic, that peculiar scent like ozone and copper that pervaded Hogwarts. She walked slowly toward the Great Hall, McGonagall's words turning over in her mind. Clarity of intent, not strength of desire. Understanding, not imposing. It sounded simple, but how did one simply understand better? Through a window, Ilara caught a glimpse of the grounds. The forbidden forest was a dark smudge on the horizon, and the lake reflected the golden pink of the sunset. A few students were visible near the Quidditch pitch, probably from one of the house teams getting in evening practice. Life at Hogwarts continued in its comfortable patterns, ancient and familiar, and exactly as it should be. Somewhere in the castle, a clock chimed the hour. Dinner would be in full swing now, but Ilara found herself turning away from the Great Hall, her feet carrying her instead toward the library. She wasn't hungry, and besides, perhaps there was something else, some other book, some other explanation that might finally make the magic click. The feather had almost transformed. She had seen it begin to change, which meant it was possible. She just had to find the right way to think about it, the right way to see it. The library would be quiet at this hour, most students preferring dinner to dusty books. Madame Pince would be there, of course, vigilant as ever. But she wouldn't disturb a student who was genuinely studying. As Ilara walked, she passed a portrait of a young woman in Tudor-era dress. The woman looked up from her painted embroidery and called out, "Struggling with your studies, dear. Is it that obvious? You have that look about you. Same look my son had when he was trying to master the Patronus charm. Took him months, it did." The portrait smiled kindly. "But he got there in the end. Sometimes the magic that's hardest to learn is the magic that teaches us the most." Ilara managed a small smile in return. "Thank you." "You're welcome, dear. Do remember to eat something, though. You young people never eat enough. In my day..." But Ilara had already moved on, the portrait's voice fading behind her. The castle held thousands of such portraits, each with their own observations and advice, some helpful, some less so, all of them eternal witnesses to generations of students struggling with the same challenges. The thought was oddly comforting. She wasn't the first student to struggle with Transfiguration. She wouldn't be the last. The magic had been here for 1,000 years, and it would be here for 1,000 more, patient, waiting for her to understand. She just had to figure out how. The library entrance appeared before her, its heavy oak doors slightly ajar. Through the gap, she could see the familiar rows of books stretching away into the comfortable dimness. Somewhere in there, perhaps, was the answer she needed. Elara pushed open the door and stepped inside, ready to try again. The library was a sanctuary of hushed whispers and ancient paper, a place where magic felt less like performance and more like prayer. Elara stepped through the heavy oak doors and was immediately enveloped by that particular scent. Old parchment, leather bindings, the faint vanilla sweetness of aging paper, and underneath it all, the metallic tang of enchantments that preserved the books against decay and careless handling. Madame Pince sat at her desk near the entrance, her sharp eyes tracking Elara's movement with the intensity of a hawk spotting prey. The librarian's grey hair was pulled back severely, and her hands rested protectively on a stack of returned books, as if she suspected even the act of reshelving them might somehow damage their precious contents. "Miss Whitmore." The librarian's voice was crisp, efficient. "If you're here for recreational reading, the new acquisitions are on the second shelf to your left. If you're here for research, I trust you remember the rules about proper handling of restricted materials." "Just research, Madame Pince. Transfiguration." The librarian's expression softened microscopically. "Ah, still working on Professor McGonagall's assignment, I presume. Third shelf, eastern wall. Though I suspect you've already exhausted most of the basic texts." She paused, considering. "There's a copy of Transformation Through Intent by Adalbert Waffling that might prove useful. It's shelved with the advanced materials. But I'll make an exception. Section C, fourth shelf from the top. Do be careful with it. The spine is fragile." "Thank you, Madame Pince." Elara made her way deeper into the library, her footsteps muffled by the worn carpet that ran between the towering shelves. Evening light filtered through the high windows, illuminating floating dust motes that drifted like tiny stars through the amber glow. Here and there, enchanted candles floated at reading height, their flames guttering slightly as she passed, as if the books themselves were breathing. She found the Transfiguration section easily. She'd spent enough time here over the past weeks that the path was familiar. The shelves were packed with volumes ranging from slim pamphlets on basic theory to massive tomes bound in dragon hide that required both hands to lift. She ran her fingers along the spines, reading titles she'd already consulted. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, The Principles of Magical Metamorphosis, Switch's Advanced Transfiguration Techniques. None of them had held the answer she needed. She climbed the small ladder to reach the fourth shelf and found Waffling's text wedged between two larger volumes. The book was older than the others, its blue cloth cover faded to grey in places. She pulled it carefully from the shelf and descended, cradling it like something precious. A nearby table sat empty, positioned beneath a window that overlooked the darkening grounds. Elara settled into the wooden chair, worn smooth by generations of students, and opened the book. The pages released a small puff of dust, and that vanilla paper scent intensified. The frontispiece showed a publication date of 1847, and someone had annotated the margins in faded brown ink. She began to read. The fatal error committed by novice transfigurists is the presumption that transformation is an act of dominance, that the witch or wizard imposes their will upon an unwilling object, forcing it into a new shape through magical strength alone. This is not merely ineffective, it is fundamentally misunderstanding the nature of magical transformation. Elara leaned forward, her attention caught. This was different from the other texts she'd read. Waffling wasn't just explaining technique, he was discussing philosophy. Every object contains within itself the potential for transformation. A feather carries within its structure the possibility of becoming a matchstick, just as it carries the possibility of becoming ash or dust or 1,000 other forms. The Transfigurist's role is not to force this transformation, but to awaken it, to make the object aware of its other possible states and guide it gently into the desired form. Awaken it, Elara murmured. The word felt strange. How did one awaken a feather? She continued reading, but the text became increasingly theoretical, diving into complex discussions of molecular structure and magical field theory that required more concentration than she could muster. Her mind kept wandering back to that afternoon in McGonagall's classroom, watching her feather smoke and split apart. The library's silence was broken by a soft ahem from somewhere above her head. Elara looked up, startled. A portrait hung on the wall beside her table. A wizard in 18th century robes with a periwig that had gone somewhat askew. She hadn't noticed it before in her focus on finding the book. Struggling with Transfiguration, are we? The portrait's voice was kindly, with an accent that suggested the Scottish Highlands. I couldn't help but notice you've been staring at that same page for the past 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Disturb me? My dear girl, I've been hanging in this library for 237 years. Watching students study is quite literally my only entertainment. He adjusted his painted spectacles. Fergus McTavish, at your service. I was a Transfiguration master in my day, though I suspect the subject has evolved considerably since my time. Elara glanced around, but the library was empty, save for Madame Pince's distant figure at the front desk. I'm trying to learn the feather-to-matchstick transformation, but I keep failing. Ah, yes. The classic beginner's exercise, simple in theory, deceptively challenging in practice. McTavish leaned forward in his frame, his painted eyes twinkling with interest. Tell me, what happens when you attempt the transformation? The feather either catches fire, or it splits apart, or it just twitches a little, and nothing happens. Fire, you say? That suggests you're applying too much energy. Splitting indicates you're attempting to force the transformation before fully conceptualizing the end result. And twitching. He stroked his painted beard thoughtfully. Twitching means the magic is responding, but your intent isn't clear enough to complete the transformation. This matched what McGonagall had said, but somehow hearing it from McTavish, who had no grade book to fill out, no professional obligation to help her, made it feel more genuine. How did you learn Transfiguration? Elara asked. Poorly at first. McTavish chuckled. I was absolutely dreadful at it as a student. My professor nearly despaired of me. I could manage a passable switching spell, but anything requiring true transformation left me completely baffled. But you became a Transfiguration master. Eventually, yes. Do you know what changed for me? He didn't wait for her answer. I stopped thinking about magic as separate from the natural world. You see, I grew up on a farm. I'd watched my father slaughter cattle, seen him take a living beast and transform it. Yes, transform into meat, hide, bone, tallow. Different forms, all from the same source. I'd watched my mother spin wool into thread, thread into cloth. Transformation everywhere, all around me, and none of it requiring a wand. Elara considered this. It echoed McGonagall's advice about observing natural transformations. So magic is just speeding up what would happen naturally. Not precisely. McTavish tilted his head, considering. Magic allows transformations that wouldn't occur naturally. A feather won't spontaneously become a matchstick, different materials entirely. But the principle is similar. In nature, transformation happens because it's encouraged by circumstances. Ice becomes water because warmth persuades it. Wood becomes ash because fire shows it the way. Magic is the witch or wizard, providing that persuasion, those circumstances, but concentrated into a single moment and directed by will. Persuasion, Elara repeated. McGonagall had used that word too. Precisely. You don't demand. You don't force. You persuade. McTavish settled back in his frame, looking pleased with himself. Of course, in my day, we didn't have all these fancy theories and textbooks. We learned by doing and by failing, and by doing again until we got it right. Much more straightforward, if you ask me. A soft sound from the front of the library caught Elara's attention. Madame Pince was making her rounds, straightening, books with sharp, precise movements. The light outside had faded to deep purple, and more of the enchanted candles had lit themselves, creating pools of warm golden light throughout the library. I should probably go, Elara said, though she was reluctant to leave. Speaking with McTavish had been helpful in a way the textbooks hadn't been. Before you do, one more piece of advice, if you'll indulge an old portrait. McTavish leaned forward conspiratorially. The best transfigurists I ever knew weren't the ones with the most power or the best marks. They were the ones who truly observed the world around them. They noticed things, small things, the way frost formed patterns on windows, the way a candle flame moved, the way water found cracks in stone. They understood transformation because they'd seen it happen 1,000 times, in 1,000 different ways. Thank you, Professor McTavish. Just McTavish, dear. I haven't been a professor in centuries. He smiled warmly. Do come back and tell me how you get on. It would be nice to know whether my old advice still holds any value. Elara gathered her things, carefully returning Waffling's book to its proper place on the shelf. As she made her way toward the library exit, she passed other portraits, witches and wizards from different eras, some sleeping, some reading painted books, others simply watching the library with eternal patience. One portrait, a stern-looking witch in medieval robes, called out as Elara passed, "Still here, child. The house elves will have cleared dinner by now." Elara's stomach chose that moment to remind her that she'd skipped the meal entirely. The hollow feeling suggested she should probably visit the kitchens. The house elves were always generous with students who asked politely, and the kitchens held a warmth and comfort that felt especially appealing after an evening of frustrating research. She left the library with Madame Pince's sharp gaze following her to the door. The corridor outside was cooler than the library and significantly darker. The torches along the walls burned with their usual enchanted steadiness, never consuming the wood they appeared to burn, never producing smoke. Elara paused, staring at one of them. Fire that didn't consume. Fire that was sustained by magic rather than fuel. Another form of transformation in its way. magical energy becoming heat and light. She continued walking, her mind churning through everything McTavish had said. Persuasion, observation, understanding transformation by witnessing it in nature. The castle seemed quieter at this hour, that peculiar Hogwarts quiet that was never quite silent. Portraits murmured to each other in their frames. Somewhere distant, Peeves was singing an obscene song about Argus Filch. A suit of armor shifted with a metallic groan as she passed. The castle was alive in its way, settling into its evening rhythms. Elara descended a staircase, one of the fixed ones, fortunately, and found herself on the ground floor. She could take the corridor toward the great hall and descend to the kitchens from there. But instead, she found her feet carrying her toward the main entrance. The oak doors were unlocked. They usually were until curfew, and she slipped outside into the cool October night. The air was crisp with the promise of coming winter, sharp in her lungs. Above, stars scattered across a clear sky, and a half-moon hung low over the forbidden forest. The ground spread before her, silvered by moonlight. During the day, they were busy with students moving between classes, Quidditch practice, visits to Hagrid's hut. But at night, they took on a different character, ancient and wild, reminding everyone that Hogwarts had been here long before them and would remain long after. Elara walked across the grass, damp with evening dew that soaked into her shoes. She didn't have a particular destination in mind. She just needed to move, to think, to let her mind work through the problem without the pressure of a classroom or the silent judgment of other students. She ended up near the edge of the lake, where the ground sloped gently down to the water. The surface was like dark glass, reflecting the moon and stars with perfect clarity. Small ripples disturbed the reflection occasionally, fish, or perhaps the giant squid moving in the depths. Elara sat on a large flat stone near the water's edge, tucking her robes around her against the chill. From here, she could see the castle rising against the night sky, its many windows glowing with warm light. She could pick out the tower where Gryffindor's common room would be full of students finishing homework or playing chess. The library windows were dark now. Madame Pince must have closed for the evening. The lake water lapped gently at the shore, a rhythmic sound that was oddly soothing. Elara watched it, thinking about transformation. Water to ice to steam, the classic example every first year learned. Same substance, different forms, all depending on temperature and pressure. But a feather to a matchstick wasn't like that. They were different substances entirely, different structures, different purposes. A small sound behind her made Elara turn. A house elf stood a few feet away, so small that at first Elara mistook it for a large rock. The creature wore what appeared to be a tea cozy, fashioned into a sort of toga, and its enormous eyes reflected the moonlight like twin lamps. "Miss is sitting by the lake very late," the house elf said, its voice high and concerned. "Is Miss not wanting dinner? Bitsy can bring Miss food if Miss is hungry." Bitsy? Elara recognized the name. This was one of the kitchen elves who sometimes served at the staff table. "I'm fine, thank you. I was just thinking." "Thinking is good," Bitsy said solemnly, "but thinking on an empty stomach is not so good. Bitsy thinks Miss should eat something." Despite herself, Elara smiled. "You're probably right. I was going to visit the kitchens, but I got distracted. Bitsy can bring food here, if Miss likes. It's a nice night for eating by the lake." The house elf snapped its fingers, and a small tray appeared on the stone beside Ilara. A bowl of soup still steaming, fresh bread with butter, and a goblet of pumpkin juice. There, much better. Thank you, Bitsy. You didn't have to. Is no trouble at all. The house elf seemed pleased. Bitsy likes helping students. Some students say please and thank you, like Miss does. Those students are Bitsy's favorites. Ilara picked up the soup, vegetable, rich and warming, and took a sip. The warmth spread through her chest, easing some of the tension she'd been carrying since Transfiguration class. Bitsy, can I ask you something? Of course, miss. How does house elf magic work? I mean, you just made this tray appear. You didn't use a wand or say an incantation. How do you do that? Bitsy's enormous eyes widened even further. House elf magic is different from wizard magic. We does not need wands. We just knows what is needed, and we makes it happen. It's hard to explain. But how do you know? How do you make the tray appear? The house elf considered this, its large ears twitching thoughtfully. Bitsy thinks about what Miss needs. Bitsy knows soup is in the kitchens, bread is in the kitchens, juice is in the kitchens. Bitsy asks them to come here, and they does. You ask them. Is like asking yes, but not with words. Bitsy pressed a small hand to its chest. With knowing. Bitsy knows that soup wants to warm Mrs. Belly. Bread wants to fill Mrs. Stomach. So they comes when Bitsy asks. Ilara lowered her spoon, something clicking in her mind. The soup wants to warm me. Well, yes, is why soup is made, miss. To warm and feed. Everything has its purpose. House elves just helps things to be what they wants to be. Bitsy tilted its head, as if this should be obvious. A clean plate wants to be on a table for eating. A dirty plate wants to be clean again. A fire wants to warm the room. House elves just makes these things happen faster. It was similar to what McTavish had said, transformation as persuasion. But Bitsy was describing it from a different angle, not forcing something to change, but helping it become what it was meant to be. What about things that transform into something completely different? Like, Ilara gestured vaguely, like if I wanted to turn a feather into a matchstick. Ah, Bitsy nodded sagely. That is wizard magic, not house elf magic. But Bitsy thinks, maybe is the same idea. Feather can become many things, can become dust, can become ash, can become part of bird again. Wizard magic just shows feather a different path to become matchstick instead. Shows it a different path. Ilara repeated slowly. Yes, miss. Everything can change. Everything does change, given time. Wizard magic just makes the change go where wizard wants, instead of where nature wants. Bitsy picked up the empty soup bowl as Ilara finished it. Is like how Bitsy can make fire in fireplace, but Bitsy cannot make ice become warmer. Bitsy works with what things wants to do, just faster and in right place. This was making a strange sort of sense. Ilara had been thinking of transfiguration as forcing the feather to become something it wasn't. But perhaps it was more about showing the feather that it could be a matchstick, that this was one of the paths open to it, and then guiding it down that path. Bitsy, you've been incredibly helpful. The house elf's chest puffed up with pride. Bitsy is glad. Miss should go inside soon, though. It's getting very cold, and Professor McGonagall will be cross if students catch chills sitting by lake. I'll go in soon, I promise. Bitsy snapped its fingers, and the tray vanished, presumably back to the kitchens. "Good night, miss. If miss needs more thinking food, miss knows where kitchens are." With another snap, the house elf vanished too, leaving only a small pop of displaced air. Elara sat alone again, but her mind was racing now. Everything McTavish had said, everything McGonagall had advised, and now Bitsy's explanation of house elf magic. They were all pointing toward the same idea. Magic wasn't about domination. It was about understanding and cooperation. It was about seeing the potential in things and helping that potential become real. A feather could become many things. Left alone, it would decay into dust, scatter on the wind, perhaps be eaten by insects and transformed into their bodies. Given enough time, the very atoms it was made of would disperse and recombine into countless other forms. Magic just shortened that process and directed it, made the feather aware of one specific potential, matchstick, and encouraged it to take that form. The question was, how did one communicate that to a feather? Elara stood, brushing off her robes. The castle's windows still glowed warmly, and she should probably return before curfew. But her mind was clearer than it had been all day. She didn't have the answer yet, but she felt like she was getting closer to asking the right question. As she walked back across the grounds, she passed the herbology greenhouses. Through the glass, she could see the dim shapes of magical plants, some sleeping, some active only at night. Professor Sprout would be in her office still, probably, or perhaps tending to some plant that required evening care. Growth. That was another transformation, wasn't it? A seed becoming a plant, slow and natural, following patterns encoded in its very structure. What if transfiguration was like magical accelerated growth, not forcing something to be different, but revealing what it could become and making that future present? Elara entered the castle through a side door, shaking dew from her shoes. The entrance hall was empty, the house elves having cleaned up after dinner hours ago. She could hear distant voices from the direction of the great hall, prefects on patrol perhaps, or professors making their evening rounds. She climbed the stairs towards her common room, but slowly, her mind still working through the problem. The castle's portraits watched her pass, some calling out greetings, others too absorbed in their painted activities to notice her. Out late, aren't we? A portrait of a Renaissance-era witch observed from her frame. Careful the prefects don't catch you after curfew. I'm heading back now. Wise, though in my day, students stayed up all night studying. Dedication, that's what we had. Not like these modern students who need 8 hours of sleep. The portrait's voice faded as Elara continued past. By the time she reached her common room, Elara's mind was full of ideas. She would practice observing transformations, as McGonagall suggested. She would think about persuasion rather than force, as McTavish advised. She would try to understand the feather's potential paths and guide it toward the matchstick form, as Bitsy's explanation suggested. The common room was still busy. Students sprawled across sofas, a chess game in progress near the fire, someone practicing levitation with a quill that kept dropping onto her book. The warmth and noise and familiar comfort of it wrapped around Elara as she entered. Tomorrow, she would begin properly. Tonight, she would sleep and let her unconscious mind work on the problem. Sometimes that was when the best insights came, in dreams, or in that half-aware state between sleeping and waking, when the mind made connections it couldn't make while trying so hard. Elara climbed the stairs to her dormitory, changed into her nightclothes, and slipped into bed. Through the window, she could see the moon hanging over the grounds, illuminating the landscape in silver. Somewhere in the castle, transformations were happening, fires burning without consuming their fuel, portraits alive despite being only paint, staircases moving, magic everywhere, so common that students stopped noticing it. She just needed to understand how to make her own small transformation happen. Feather to matchstick. Simple magic. First-year magic, really. But magic that would teach her something important about how the wizarding world worked, if she could only grasp it. Elara closed her eyes and let sleep take her. Her last conscious thought, a question. What does a feather want to become? Morning arrived with the gentle insistence of autumn's sunlight filtering through the dormitory windows, painting everything in shades of amber and gold. Elara woke before her alarm, a rare occurrence, with her mind already turning over the conversations from the previous evening. McTavish's words about natural transformation, Bitsy's explanation of house elf magic, the way both had described magic as working with things rather than against them. She dressed quickly in the pre-dawn quiet, her roommates still bundled in their beds, curtains drawn against the morning chill. The castle would be largely empty at this hour, too early for breakfast, too late for anyone still wandering from the night before. Perfect for what she had in mind. Elara slipped out of the common room and made her way through corridors still dim with lingering night. The portraits she passed were mostly sleeping, their painted inhabitants snoring softly or curled up in corners of their frames. A few early risers watched her pass with curious expressions but didn't comment. She descended toward the entrance hall and let herself out through the heavy oak doors into the grey pre-dawn world. The air was cold enough to make her breath visible, and dew had settled thick on everything, transforming the grounds into something almost otherworldly. Mist hung low over the lake, and the forbidden forest was a dark smudge against the slowly brightening eastern sky. McGonagall had told her to observe transformations in nature. Very well. She would observe. Elara walked across the wet grass, her shoes quickly soaking through despite her warming charm. She headed toward the edge of the forest. Not into it, of course. That would be foolish. But to where the cultivated grounds met the wild. Here, nature was allowed to be itself without the house elves' careful management. She found a fallen log, its wood soft with decay, and sat carefully. From this vantage point, she could see both the castle behind her, beginning to glow as windows caught the rising sun, and the forest ahead, still mysterious in shadow. And she watched. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The world was still, caught in that breathless moment between night and day. But as she sat quietly, forcing herself to truly see rather than just look, small movements began to reveal themselves. A spider web stretched between two branches, each strand heavy with dewdrops that caught the light like diamonds. As Elara watched, the first ray of direct sunlight touched the web, and the dew began to change. The drops trembled, grew smaller, and then, in a transformation so gradual she almost missed it, vanished into vapor. Water to air, liquid to gas, the same molecules, now invisible, rising to join the morning mist. That's transformation, Elara thought. Not forced, just encouraged by the sun's warmth. She shifted her attention to the log she sat upon. Up close, she could see it was covered in fungi, shelf mushrooms in various stages of growth, some fresh and pale, others darkened and crumbling. The wood itself was soft, breaking down, being consumed and transformed by countless microscopic organisms. Wood becoming soil, one form of matter becoming another, processed by living things too small to see. How long did this transformation take? Months? Years? And yet it was happening, constantly, inevitably. The log had no choice in the matter. Its nature as dead wood meant it would decay. But magic could presumably speed this process, compress years into moments. The thought made her pause. Was that all transfiguration was? Natural processes accelerated. But no, McTavish had said magic allowed transformations that wouldn't occur naturally. A feather wouldn't spontaneously become a matchstick, no matter how long you waited. So it was something more than just acceleration. The sun climbed higher, burning away the mist in patches. Ilara watched the transformation of the landscape as light revealed what shadow had hidden. The forest's edge became distinct, individual trees instead of a dark mass. Bushes resolved into specific plants. Colors emerged from the gray, the deep green of pine needles, the brown of bare branches, the last stubborn red leaves clinging to an oak. A movement caught her eye. A bird, some small brown thing, perhaps a sparrow, landed on a branch nearby. It preened itself, running its beak through feathers to straighten them. Feathers. The very thing she'd been trying to transform. Ilara watched the bird with new attention. Each feather was precisely engineered for flight, light, flexible, interlocking. The bird's wing feathers were long and strong, designed to push against air. The downy feathers on its breast were soft, meant for insulation. Different types of feathers for different purposes, but all made of the same basic material, keratin, the same substance as hair and fingernails. A matchstick was wood, plant matter, cellulose, and lignin. Completely different molecular structure, different origin, different purpose. So how did one transform keratin into wood? The question sat in her mind like a weight. This was the fundamental problem. You couldn't just want it to happen. You couldn't just visualize a matchstick and hope the feather complied. There had to be a mechanism, a way of actually changing one substance into another. The bird flew away, startled by something Ilara couldn't see. She watched it disappear into the forest, leaving her alone again with the slowly brightening morning. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she'd been sitting here for nearly an hour and breakfast would be starting soon. But she was reluctant to leave. Something felt close, some understanding just beyond her grasp. A voice behind her made her jump. "Miss Whitmore, I confess I did not expect to find a student sitting at the forest's edge at dawn." Ilara turned to find Professor McGonagall standing a few paces away, looking exactly as composed as she always did despite the early hour. The professor wore her usual tartan robes and her hair was in its characteristic tight bun. Only a slight softness around her eyes suggested she'd just woken. "Professor, I'm sorry, I was just following my advice about observation, I presume." McGonagall's lips quirked slightly. "I appreciate dedication, Miss Whitmore, but do try not to catch a chill. The hospital wing has enough patients with autumn colds without adding to Madame Pomfrey's burden." "I was watching things transform," Ilara explained, standing and brushing dampness from her robes. "Water to vapor, wood to soil, natural transformations like you said." "And what have you learned?" The question wasn't dismissive. McGonagall seemed genuinely interested in her answer. Elara considered carefully before responding. Natural transformations happen because they're encouraged by circumstances. The sun warms the water so it becomes vapor. Fungi and bacteria break down wood into soil. Everything has a reason for changing and a mechanism for how it changes. Precisely. McGonagall nodded approvingly. Nature wastes nothing. Every transformation serves a purpose and follows specific principles. The water wants to evaporate when warmed. It is responding to physical laws. The wood is providing nutrients to organisms that are designed to consume it. Both transformations are, in their way, natural progressions. But a feather to a matchstick isn't a natural progression. No, it isn't. McGonagall gestured back toward the castle. Walk with me, Miss Whitmore. We might as well discuss this over breakfast. They began walking across the grounds, their shoes leaving dark trails in the dew-wet grass. The sun had fully risen now, and the castle glowed warmly in the morning light. A few other early risers were visible. Hagrid carrying a bucket toward his hut. A group of students heading toward the Quidditch pitch with brooms over their shoulders. Transfiguration, McGonagall said as they walked, is often misunderstood as simply changing one thing into another. But that description is inadequate. What we are actually doing is more complex. She paused, and for a moment, Elara thought she could see the professor choosing her words carefully. Not the stern classroom instructor, but a teacher genuinely trying to convey understanding. Every object exists in what we might call a state of potential, McGonagall continued. A feather exists as a feather, yes, but it also exists as a collection of molecules that could be arranged differently. Those molecules contain energy, structure, information. When we perform transfiguration, we are not destroying the feather and creating a matchstick from nothing. We are rearranging what already exists, taking the matter and energy that comprise the feather and restructuring them into the form of a matchstick. This aligned with what Elara had been thinking, but hearing McGonagall articulate it so clearly made something click into place. So I need to understand both the feather's structure and the matchstick's structure? More than understand. You need to hold both in your mind simultaneously. McGonagall's tone became more intense, more focused. You must see the feather as it is, its lightness, its flexibility, its purpose, and you must see the matchstick as it will be, its density, its rigidity, its potential for flame. Both must be equally real in your mind. And then, this is the crucial part, you must see the path between them, the way the molecules can rearrange, the way the structure can shift, the way one form can flow into the other. They had reached the castle entrance. McGonagall held the door open for Elara, and they stepped into the warmth of the entrance hall. The smell of breakfast drifted from the great hall, bacon, eggs, fresh bread. Elara's stomach reminded her again that she'd been up for hours without eating. I tried to see both forms, Elara said. I visualized the matchstick, but it didn't work. Because visualization is not the same as understanding. McGonagall's voice was gentle but firm. You were imagining a matchstick, probably a general idea of what a matchstick looks like. Brown, cylindrical, with a red or white tip. Yes? Elara nodded. But a matchstick is more than its appearance. It is wood, specifically aspen or pine, usually. Soft wood, easily shaped, that burns readily. The tip is coated with sulfur or phosphorus compounds that ignite through friction. The stick itself must be dry, porous enough to catch fire, but dense enough to burn slowly. All of these qualities must be present in your mental image, not just the visual appearance. They entered the great hall, which was still largely empty at this early hour. A few students sat scattered among the house tables, and the staff table held only Professor Flitwick, who was reading the Daily Prophet while absently buttering toast. McGonagall guided Ilara to the Gryffindor table, Ilara's house, and sat across from her, an unusual gesture that made several nearby students glance over with interest. "Miss Whitmore," McGonagall said, her voice low enough that only Ilara could hear, "I am about to tell you something that may sound peculiar, but I believe it will help you." Ilara leaned forward, suddenly alert. "When I was learning Transfiguration, and yes, I did struggle with certain aspects of it, my professor told me to stop thinking of objects as things and start thinking of them as stories. Every object has a history. The feather grew from a bird who ate certain foods, lived in a certain environment, used that feather for a specific purpose. The matchstick was carved from a tree that grew over decades, absorbing water and sunlight, developing its particular density and grain. Understanding these stories, truly understanding them, allows you to see not just what the objects are, but what they could become." "Stories," Ilara repeated, testing the word. "The feather story doesn't naturally lead to the matchstick story, but through magic, you can create a new narrative, one where the feather's matter and energy are redirected into the matchstick's form. You become the author of a transformation that nature would never write on its own." McGonagall stood, smoothing her robes. "Think about that. And Miss Whitmore?" "Yes, Professor?" "I've scheduled the classroom to be empty this afternoon from 3 to 5 o'clock. If you wish to practice without an audience, you may do so." A small smile touched McGonagall's lips. "I find that pressure can be counterproductive when one is trying to achieve clarity of mind." "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall nodded and moved toward the staff table, leaving Ilara alone with her thoughts and a suddenly empty plate that house elf magic had filled with breakfast. Ilara ate mechanically, her mind working through McGonagall's explanation. Stories, histories, understanding not just what things were, but what they could become. It was a different way of thinking about magic entirely. Less mechanical, more narrative. The great hall gradually filled with students as she ate. Her housemates trickled in, calling greetings, complaining about early morning potions, or expressing excitement about the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend. The normal rhythms of Hogwarts life continued around her, but Ilara felt oddly separate from it, as if she'd stepped slightly sideways into a different understanding of the world. She finished breakfast and gathered her things. She had Charm's first period, Flitwick's class, which was usually enjoyable. He was teaching them the severing charm, which would likely prove useful for everyday tasks if she could master it. But her mind kept drifting back to Transfiguration. The morning passed in a blur of classes and note-taking. In Charms, she successfully severed a piece of rope, but only after 3 attempts. In History of Magic, Professor Binns droned on about the Goblin rebellions, while half the class fell asleep. At lunch, she ate with her friends, but barely registered the conversation. Something about the Quidditch match next weekend and whether Ravenclaw's new seeker was really as good as rumored. Finally, 3 o'clock arrived. Ilara made her excuses and headed toward McGonagall's classroom, her heart beating faster with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. The corridor was empty. Most students were outside enjoying the afternoon sunshine or in the library working on essays. The Transfiguration classroom door was ajar. Ilara pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was exactly as it had been during class, but somehow different in the silence. Afternoon light streamed through the high windows, illuminating the rows of desks, the blackboard with its fading chalk equations about molecular transformation, the cabinet where McGonagall kept the practice objects. The air smelled of chalk dust and that indefinable magical residue that clung to places where transformation was regularly performed. Ilara set her bag down and approached the cabinet. Inside, neatly arranged, were dozens of white feathers, the standard practice material. She selected one, closing the cabinet carefully behind her. The feather was soft between her fingers, almost weightless. She carried it to a desk near the window and sat down, placing the feather in a shaft of sunlight where she could see it clearly. McGonagall had said to understand its story. Very well. Ilara looked at the feather, really looked at it, the way she'd watched the morning transformations. The central shaft was smooth and slightly curved, designed to be flexible but strong. The barbs branched off in perfect parallel lines, and when she looked very closely, she could see the tiny barbules that hooked them together, creating a smooth surface that could push against air. This feather had come from a bird. What kind? An owl, most likely, given Hogwarts' population. A tawny owl, perhaps, or a barn owl. The bird had grown this feather over weeks, its body carefully constructing each microscopic part according to patterns encoded in its very cells. The feather had been part of the bird's flight system, had felt wind resistance, had helped the bird soar and dive and hunt. Now it lay on a desk, separated from its origin, its purpose gone. But the structure remained. All that careful engineering, all that biological sophistication, preserved in this small scrap of keratin. And a matchstick. Ilara closed her eyes, trying to build as complete a picture as she could. A matchstick came from a tree, probably aspen, soft and pale. The tree had grown slowly, adding rings year by year, drawing water up through its roots, reaching towards sunlight. Eventually, it had been cut down, its wood processed, carved into thin sticks. The matchstick would be dense where the feather was light, rigid where the feather was flexible. Its purpose was not flight, but burning. One dramatic transformation as friction ignited the chemicals on its tip, and fire consumed the wood in a controlled way. Two completely different stories, as McGonagall had said. Two completely different purposes and structures. But at the molecular level, at the level magic worked, both were just collections of atoms. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. The same fundamental building blocks, just arranged differently. Ilara opened her eyes and picked up her wand. The hawthorn felt warm in her hand, comfortable, familiar. She had owned this wand for 3 years now. It knew her magic, her intent, or at least it should. She held the feather in her left hand, wand in her right, and tried to hold both images in her mind simultaneously. The feather as it was, the matchstick as it would be, the path between them, molecules rearranging, structure compressing, purpose shifting. Transmuto, she said clearly. The feather trembled. The barbs pressed together slightly, as if drawn by invisible forces. The tip darkened, not burning this time, but actually changing color. Elara held her breath, maintaining her concentration, holding both images as steadily as she could. The feather compressed further. It was working. It was actually. Her concentration wavered as excitement surged through her, and immediately the transformation stopped. The feather was half changed, denser than before, slightly brown, but still clearly a feather in shape. Not quite either thing. Elara lowered her wand, frustration warring with excitement. She'd gotten further than ever before. The feather had actually begun to transform properly, not just smoking or splitting. But she'd lost it at the crucial moment. She tried again and again. Each time, she managed to begin the transformation, but she couldn't quite complete it. Something was still missing, some final element she wasn't grasping. On her 7th attempt, as the feather began its familiar compression and darkening, Elara thought about what Bitsy had said. Everything wants to become something. And what McTavish had explained about persuasion, and McGonagall's talk of stories and paths. What if she wasn't just showing the feather what it could become, but asking it to choose to become that? What if the missing element was permission, cooperation? It sounded ridiculous. Objects didn't have consciousness, didn't make choices. But magic wasn't bound by mundane logic. Magic followed its own rules, and those rules seemed to involve intent and understanding in ways that transcended simple physical laws. Elara held the half-transformed feather. McGonagall had shown her the reversal spell earlier in the term, and returned it to its original form. Then she tried once more, but this time with a different mental approach. She held the feather and acknowledged it. You were part of a bird. You served your purpose. Now that purpose is ended. But you can serve a new purpose. You can become something that brings light and warmth. You can become fire's beginning. She visualized the matchstick, not as something she was forcing the feather to become, but as something the feather was choosing to become. A new story, freely entered. Transmuto. The magic felt different this time, smoother, more natural. The feather began to change, and Elara maintained her focus, but without the desperate grasping she'd felt before. She was guiding, not forcing, suggesting, not demanding. The barbs compressed and merged. The shaft thickened and straightened. The white faded to brown, the wood brown of aspen. The tip darkened to red. No, not quite. The transformation wasn't complete. The bell tower chimed 5 o'clock, startling Elara out of her concentration. The partial transformation held this time. The object on her desk was more matchstick than feather, though still not quite right. But it was closer, much closer. She heard footsteps in the corridor, probably McGonagall returning to her classroom. Elara quickly gathered her things, tucking the half-transformed object into her bag as evidence of progress. The door opened as she reached it. McGonagall stood there, one eyebrow raised in question. Progress, Miss Whitmore. Progress, Professor. Elara couldn't help but smile. Not success yet, but definitely progress. Progress is often more valuable than success, McGonagall said. Success can be fleeting, lucky. Progress indicates genuine understanding developing. She held the door open. Same time Monday, if you wish. And Miss Whitmore, whatever you're doing differently, keep doing it. Elara left the classroom with her mind buzzing. She hadn't achieved the full transformation yet, but she understood now what she'd been missing. Not force, not just visualization, but something closer to collaboration, working with the magic and the object rather than simply commanding them. The castle corridors were busy with students moving between activities, Quidditch practice, club meetings, study groups. Elara joined the flow, but her mind was already thinking about Monday's practice session. She would get this. She would understand it fully. And when she did, she suspected it would change how she thought about magic entirely. The feather and the flame. Two things that seemed opposite, incompatible. But with the right understanding, with the right approach, one could flow into the other. All she had to do was learn the language to make that conversation possible. Chapter 4. The Weight of Expectation. The weekend passed in a blur of attempted practice and mounting pressure. Elara found quiet corners of the castle where she could work undisturbed. An empty classroom on the 4th floor, a window alcove in the library's restricted section, even once in the corridor outside the Ravenclaw common room, where a helpful portrait of a mathematician offered commentary on the geometric principles of molecular rearrangement that was well-intentioned, but ultimately confusing. Each attempt brought her closer. The feather would compress, darken, straighten. Sometimes she achieved what looked almost like a matchstick, but when she tried to strike it, the wood was too soft, or the tip wouldn't ignite, or it would crumble to dust at the first touch. Close, but not quite right. Something fundamental was still eluding her. By Sunday evening, as she sat in the common room ostensibly working on her potions essay, her mind was circling the problem obsessively. Around her, the comfortable noise of student life continued, a group of second years playing Exploding Snap near the fireplace, older students arguing about Quidditch statistics, someone practicing levitation charms with increasingly frustrated muttering. "You've been staring at that same sentence for 10 minutes, observed her friend Marcus from across the table. He was a fellow third year, gangly and perpetually curious, with ink stains on his fingers from his habit of taking excessive notes in every class. "What's eating you?" "Transfiguration," Elara admitted, setting down her quill. "I can't get the feather-to-matchstick transformation right. Still, but that's first-year magic." Marcus's expression immediately turned apologetic as he realized how that sounded. "I mean, not that it's easy, just that—" "I know what you mean." Elara managed a wan smile. "Everyone else mastered it weeks ago. I'm the only one still struggling." "That's not true. Jonathan Wickham still can't do it properly. His matchsticks keep turning into toothpicks." "That's closer than I've managed." Marcus leaned back in his chair, considering. "What does McGonagall say?" "To understand the transformation, to see both forms clearly, to work with the magic instead of forcing it." Elara rubbed her temples. "And I'm trying. I really am. But there's this gap. Like I understand the theory, but can't quite make the practice work." "Maybe you're overthinking it," Marcus suggested. "Sometimes, when I get stuck on something, it's because I'm trying too hard. Like with the Patronus charm. Flitwick says the problem most people have is they're so focused on producing the charm that they forget to actually feel the happiness that powers it." Elara considered this. Was she overthinking? Or was her problem that she wasn't thinking deeply enough? It was hard to tell. A commotion near the fireplace drew their attention. One of the Exploding Snap cards had gotten away from the second years and was zooming around the room, trailing sparks. An older prefect caught it with a casual summoning charm and returned it with a warning to be more careful. "The practical exam is Friday," Ilara said quietly. The words had been sitting heavy in her chest all weekend, growing heavier with each failed attempt. "Friday." Marcus's eyes widened. "This Friday? I thought we had another week." "McGonagall announced it last Monday. You were probably too busy doodling in your notes to hear." "I don't doodle. I illustrate concepts for better retention," Marcus said with mock dignity. Then his expression sobered. "That's only 5 days away. Do you think you'll be ready?" "I don't know." The admission felt like defeat. "I'm getting closer, but close doesn't count for much in a practical exam." Marcus opened his mouth to respond, but a burst of laughter from across the common room interrupted him. A group of their classmates, Rebecca Thornbury, Thomas Chen, and Oliver Pruitt among them, were gathered around Rebecca's copy of the Daily Prophet, apparently amused by something in the comics section. "Did you see this?" Rebecca called out to the room at large. "They're doing a series on famous Transfiguration mishaps. Last week someone tried to transfigure their mother-in-law's cat and accidentally turned it into a cauldron. The poor thing meowed steam for 3 days." More laughter rippled through the common room. Thomas added, "Remember when Pruitt tried to transfigure his homework parchment into a teacup to hide it from McGonagall? Ended up with a teacup that leaked ink all over his bag." "That was one time," Oliver protested good-naturedly, "and I still say it was partially successful." "It was successful at ruining all your textbooks," Rebecca pointed out, which prompted another round of laughter. Ilara tried to smile along with everyone else, but the conversation felt like a weight pressing on her chest. They could laugh about Transfiguration mistakes because they had already mastered the basics. Their failures were amusing anecdotes, not ongoing struggles that made them feel incompetent. Marcus seemed to sense her discomfort. "Want to go somewhere quieter? We could work in the library. It stays open until 10 on Sundays." Ilara shook her head. "I think I need to stop thinking about it for tonight. Maybe some distance will help." But distance proved impossible. That night, she dreamed of feathers that turned to ash in her hands, of matchsticks that bent like rubber, of McGonagall shaking her head in disappointment while the entire class watched. She woke twice, tangled in her sheets, the phantom smell of burning keratin in her nostrils. Monday morning arrived grey and drizzly, the kind of weather that made the castle's stone corridors feel even colder than usual. Breakfast in the Great Hall was subdued. Students hunched over their morning porridge, already dreading the week ahead. The ceiling reflected the overcast sky, and rain pattered against the high windows in steady rhythm. Ilara picked at her toast, not really hungry. Across the table, Marcus was absorbed in last-minute cramming for their History of Magic quiz. Other students discussed weekend Hogsmeade plans or complained about the herbology assignment on venomous tentacular care. "Morning, everyone." Rebecca dropped into the seat beside Ilara with characteristic enthusiasm, seemingly immune to the general Monday malaise. "Ready for another thrilling week of magical education?" "Thrilling isn't the word I'd use," muttered Thomas, who looked like he'd barely slept. "Oh, don't be such a grump. We've got Transfiguration this morning. McGonagall said we're starting vanishment spells. Much more interesting than object transformation." Rebecca reached for the marmalade, though I suppose we'll have to master those perfectly before Friday's exam. The reminder sent a jolt of anxiety through Ilara's stomach. 4 days. She had 4 days to figure out what she'd been struggling with for weeks. I heard McGonagall's making the practical exam harder this year, Oliver added helpfully. My brother said when he took it, they just had to do the basic transformations. But apparently, she's adding a timed component now. Timed? Marcus looked up from his notes, alarmed. That's just rumor, Rebecca said dismissively. Though even if it's true, it shouldn't matter if you know the material properly. Transfiguration is about precision, not speed. Easy for her to say. Rebecca had managed the feather-to-matchstick transformation on her first attempt back in September. She'd even earned house points for the quality of her work. For Rebecca, the practical exam would be a formality. For Ilara, it was beginning to feel like a looming catastrophe. The post owls arrived in their usual flurry of wings and hooting. A large barn owl dropped a package in front of Marcus. Probably the new quills his mother had promised to send. A tiny Scops owl struggled to deliver a thick envelope to a first year at the end of the table. Ilara watched them absently, noting how each bird's feathers were perfectly designed for flight. How effortlessly they navigated the great hall's air currents. If only transforming those feathers could be as natural as the birds made flying look. Transfiguration class began promptly at 9 o'clock. McGonagall stood at the front of the classroom, with her usual stern composure, her tartan robes crisp despite the damp weather, her expression giving nothing away. Good morning. I trust you all had productive weekends practicing your object transformations. Her gaze swept the room, seeming to linger on Ilara for a moment. Today we begin vanishment, the art of making objects disappear entirely. This is considerably more advanced than transformation, as you are not merely changing an object's form, but removing it from existence entirely, or rather, returning its matter to a non-corporeal state. She tapped her wand on her desk, and a small beetle appeared, one of the practice animals from the storage cabinet. With a casual flick, she performed the vanishing spell. Evanesco. The beetle simply ceased to exist, leaving only empty desk where it had been. The principle, McGonagall continued, is similar to transformation in that it requires absolute clarity of intent. However, rather than holding two forms in your mind, you must hold one form and its absence. You must convince the object that non-existence is preferable to existence. A considerably more challenging philosophical proposition. Around the classroom, students exchanged nervous glances. This did indeed sound more difficult than anything they'd attempted so far. We will begin with something simple. Snails, I think. McGonagall waved her wand, and small garden snails appeared on each student's desk. By the end of class, I expect each of you to have successfully vanished your snail at least once. Those who master it quickly may attempt multiple vanishments. Begin. The classroom filled with the sounds of incantations. Evanesco, Evanesco, Evanesco. Some snails flickered and became translucent. Others simply retreated into their shells. A few vanished partially. Rebecca managed to eliminate just the shell, leaving a confused-looking snail body on her desk. Ilara raised her wand, trying to focus on the task at hand rather than her mounting anxiety about Friday. The snail on her desk was brown and glossy, its antennae waving gently as it explored the wooden surface. She tried to imagine its non-existence. The desk, without the snail. The space it occupied, empty. But how did one convince an object that non-existence was preferable? The snail wasn't conscious. It had no preferences about existing or not existing. "Evanesco," she said firmly. Nothing happened. The snail continued its slow exploration of her desk. She tried again, this time attempting to combine what she'd learned about transformation with this new challenge. See the snail as it was, solid, real, present. See the absence it could become. The desk unmarred, the air undisturbed, the path between the two states. Evanesco. The snail flickered. For just a moment, Elara could see through it, as if it were made of colored glass. Then it solidified again, looking none the worse for the experience. Progress, small but present. Around her, other students were having varying degrees of success. Thomas had managed to vanish his snail completely, earning an approving nod from McGonagall. Rebecca had corrected her earlier partial vanishment and was now working on her second snail. Even Oliver had achieved a successful vanishment, though his had taken 3 attempts. Elara continued practicing, managing to make her snail increasingly translucent with each attempt. But she couldn't quite push it over the edge into complete non-existence. It was like the feather to matchstick transformation all over again. Close, but not quite there. By the end of class, she'd made the snail flicker in and out of visibility several times, but hadn't achieved a complete, stable vanishment. McGonagall paused by her desk as students were packing up. "Interesting technique, Miss Whitmore. You're approaching the vanishment as if it were a transformation, seeing both states and trying to bridge them. That shows good instinctive understanding." The professor's tone was neutral, neither critical nor particularly encouraging. However, vanishment requires less of a bridge and more of a surrender. You're not transforming the object into absence. You're allowing it to return to the non-corporeal state from which all matter originally came. "Return to non-corporeal state?" Elara repeated, trying to grasp this new framework. Everything that exists came from something that didn't exist, in magical terms. Conjuration brings matter into being. Vanishment returns it to unbeing. You're not destroying the snail. You're releasing it from the burden of physical form. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "I realize this sounds rather philosophical, but magic at this level requires understanding not just the how, but the why. Consider it." She moved on to speak with another student, leaving Elara to pack her things with her mind churning through this new concept. Releasing objects from the burden of physical form. It was an odd way to think about it, but it resonated with the same principles she'd been learning about transformation. Magic wasn't about force, it was about understanding and permission. The rest of Monday passed in a haze of classes and growing anxiety. In potions, she nearly added crushed moonstone to her sleeping draught at the wrong stage, which would have caused it to explode. In defense against the dark arts, she was so distracted that she barely registered Professor Carrow's lecture on recognizing cursed objects. At lunch, she forced herself to eat, knowing she needed energy, but the food tasted like sawdust. By the time 3 o'clock arrived, her scheduled practice time in McGonagall's empty classroom, Elara felt wound, tight enough to snap. She collected a fresh feather from the cabinet and sat at her usual desk by the window, trying to calm her racing thoughts. 4 days until the exam. 4 days to master a spell she'd been working on for weeks. 4 days to prove she wasn't failing at the most fundamental level of magical education. The pressure of it pressed down on her shoulders like physical weight. Everyone else had moved on to more advanced magic, vanishment, cross-species transformation, even beginnings of human transfiguration. And she was still here, still struggling with basic object transformation that first years could manage. What if she couldn't do it? What if Friday arrived and she failed the practical exam in front of the entire class? McGonagall would be disappointed. That was the worst part, somehow. Not anger, but that particular flavor of disappointed expectation that made Ilara feel like she was letting down not just herself, but some larger standard of what a Hogwarts student should be. She picked up the feather with trembling hands. Focus. She needed to focus. But her mind wouldn't settle. It skittered from thought to thought like a water bug on the lake's surface. Friday's exam, her classmates' successes, McGonagall's expectations, her parents' faces when she had to explain that she'd struggled with basic transfiguration, the possibility of needing remedial lessons, the embarrassment of being held back while everyone else advanced. Transmuto, she said, but her voice cracked with anxiety. The feather burst into flame, not the controlled transformation she'd been achieving lately, but the same violent burning she'd produced in her first failed attempts. The acrid smell of burning keratin filled the air, and smoke rose in a thin trail toward the ceiling. Ilara dropped her wand and pressed her palms against her eyes, fighting back tears of frustration. She was going backward. All that progress over the weekend, all those almost successful attempts, and now she was back to setting feathers on fire like a complete beginner. A soft knock on the door made her look up hastily, wiping her eyes. McGonagall entered, though it wasn't yet 5 o'clock. The professor must have finished her other commitments early. Miss Whitmore. McGonagall's voice was gentler than usual as she took in the scene. The pile of ash on the desk, Ilara's obvious distress, the lingering smell of smoke. I see you're having difficulties this afternoon. I'm sorry, Professor. I know I should be better at this by now. I know Friday is coming and I'm not ready, and everyone else can do this, and I just... The words tumbled out before Ilara could stop them. Embarrassment and frustration and fear all mixed together. Stop. McGonagall's tone was firm but not unkind. She moved to stand beside Ilara's desk, looking down at the ash. With a casual wand movement, she restored it to a fresh feather and vanished the smoky smell. What just happened here? I failed again. I can see that. I'm asking why you failed. What was different about this attempt compared to your more successful practice sessions? Ilara thought about it, forcing herself to be honest. I was thinking about the exam, about failing, about everyone watching me fail. Ah. McGonagall pulled out the chair across from Ilara and sat down, a surprisingly informal gesture that caught Ilara off guard. The stern Transfiguration professor rarely sat with students like this, as if they were equals having a conversation rather than instructor and pupil. And where was your mind during your successful attempts? When you achieved those partial transformations, you showed me Friday. I was focused on the magic, on understanding the transformation, on working with the feather instead of against it. As she said it, Ilara realized the contrast. When she'd been succeeding, she hadn't been thinking about success at all. She'd been thinking about the process. Precisely. McGonagall leaned back slightly. Miss Whitmore, You are sabotaging yourself with anxiety. You understand the magic. I've seen evidence of that. You have the ability. What you don't have is trust in yourself. And that lack of trust manifests as the very force and desperation that undermines the magic. But how do I stop being anxious when there's a real reason to be anxious? The exam is Friday. That's not something I can just ignore. No, you can't ignore it, but you can choose where to direct your attention. McGonagall paused, seeming to consider her words. Let me tell you something that is not common knowledge. When I was 17, I attempted the animagus transformation for the first time. I had studied for months, prepared meticulously, followed every protocol. I was confident, perhaps too confident, and I failed spectacularly. Ended up in the hospital wing for 3 days with feathers growing from my ears. Despite her misery, Elara couldn't help a small, startled laugh at the image. Yes, quite undignified, McGonagall said dryly. The point is, I failed because I was so focused on succeeding, on proving myself the brilliant student everyone expected me to be, that I lost sight of the actual magic. I was performing for an imaginary audience rather than working with the transformation itself. When I tried again, months later, I approached it differently. I stopped caring about success or failure and focused purely on understanding. And it worked. So I should stop caring about the exam. That would be impractical advice, and I'm not fool enough to give it. McGonagall stood, smoothing her robes. What I'm suggesting is that during practice, during these precious hours when you have the opportunity to focus purely on learning, you set aside the weight of expectation. The exam will come regardless. But between now and then, you have the chance to deepen your understanding. Use that time wisely rather than spending it in anxious rehearsal of failure. She moved toward the door, then paused and looked back. Friday's exam is important, Miss Whitmore, but it is not the measure of your worth as a witch or as a student. It is simply one assessment among many you will face throughout your magical education. Keep that in perspective. After McGonagall left, Elara sat alone in the quiet classroom, thinking about the professor's words, setting aside expectation, focusing on understanding rather than performance. It sounded so simple, but the weight of Friday's exam felt impossible to ignore. She looked down at the fresh feather McGonagall had conjured, perfect white barbs catching the late afternoon light. So much potential contained in something so delicate. Maybe that was her problem. She'd been so afraid of failing that she'd forgotten why she wanted to learn this magic in the first place. Not to pass an exam, not to prove herself to her classmates, but because transformation was beautiful, because understanding how one thing could become another was understanding something fundamental about how magic worked. The exam would come. She would do her best. But between now and then, she could choose to let the anxiety go and simply learn. Elara picked up her wand again, feeling some of the tension ease from her shoulders. She wouldn't think about Friday, just about this moment, this feather, this transformation. Transmuto, she said softly. The feather trembled and began to change. Tuesday morning arrived with unexpected sunshine, the kind of brilliant October light that made the castle stones glow honey gold and turned the lake into a sheet of hammered silver. Elara woke feeling lighter than she had in days, McGonagall's words from the previous afternoon still resonating in her mind. Set aside the weight of expectation. Focus on understanding rather than performance. She had practiced for another hour after McGonagall left, and while she hadn't achieved a complete transformation, something had shifted. The magic felt different when she stopped desperately grasping for success and simply observed what was happening. The feather had compressed further than before, held its half-transformed state more stably, responded to her intent with less resistance. Progress. Real progress. At breakfast, Marcus noticed the change in her demeanor immediately. "You look better, less like someone facing execution." "I had a good practice session yesterday," Elara said, reaching for the marmalade. "McGonagall helped me understand something important, which was that I've been getting in my own way." She spread marmalade on her toast, watching it catch the sunlight streaming through the great hall's high windows. "All that anxiety about failing was actually causing me to fail, like a self-fulfilling prophecy." "Ah, yes, the classic problem of thinking too hard about thinking." Marcus nodded sagely. "My uncle's a mind healer. He talks about that sort of thing all the time. Says the mind can be its own worst enemy if you let it." Their conversation was interrupted by the Morning Post. An unfamiliar tawny owl landed directly in front of Elara, dropping a small package wrapped in brown paper. She stared at it in surprise. She wasn't expecting anything. The package was light, barely larger than her palm. The paper was old-fashioned, tied with rough twine, and her name was written in handwriting she didn't recognize. No return address. "Secret admirer," Rebecca suggested from across the table, grinning. "More likely, my grandmother sent more of those dreadful sweets she thinks I like," Elara said, but her curiosity was piqued. She untied the twine carefully and unfolded the paper. Inside was a single matchstick, an ordinary wooden matchstick with a red tip, and a small card written in elegant script. "Sometimes we need to see the destination clearly before we can find the path. Examine this carefully. Really see it. Then you'll know what you're trying to create." A friend. Elara turned the card over, but there was nothing else. No signature, no indication of who had sent it. "What is it?" Marcus leaned over to look. "A matchstick." Elara picked it up carefully, rolling it between her fingers. "And advice, I think." It was just an ordinary matchstick, the kind you'd find in any household, mundane and unremarkable. But as she examined it in the morning light, she began to notice details she'd never paid attention to before. The wood grain ran lengthwise, slightly visible as thin lines along the pale surface. The stick was roughly octagonal in cross-section, not perfectly round, carved that way deliberately so it wouldn't roll. The wood itself was very light, almost weightless, and slightly rough to the touch. The red tip was smooth and waxy, with a faint chemical smell. Phosphorus compound she knew from her reading, specifically designed to ignite through friction. The coating was applied in a careful dome shape, covering perhaps a quarter-inch of the stick's end. She thought she understood what a matchstick was, but now, holding this physical example, she realized her mental image had been vague, a generalized idea of matchstick rather than a specific, detailed understanding of the actual object. "Who do you think sent it?" Rebecca asked. Elara shook her head slowly. "I don't know. But whoever it was, they knew I needed it." She tucked the matchstick carefully into her robe pocket, along with the note. The rest of breakfast passed in companionable conversation about the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend. Speculation about whether Professor Flitwick would actually assign the essay he'd been threatening. and Marcus's elaborate theory about how the castle's moving staircases were actually following a complex mathematical pattern that could be predicted if you just paid close enough attention. But throughout it all, Ilara's hand kept returning to her pocket, feeling the matchstick's smooth wooden surface through the fabric. A gift from an anonymous friend, someone who cared whether she succeeded. The thought was oddly comforting. The day's classes passed more quickly than usual. In herbology, they worked with bouncing bulb roots, which required careful handling to avoid triggering their defensive jumping. In charms, Flitwick led them through increasingly complex variations of the summoning charm, working up from quills and erasers to entire textbooks. By lunch, Ilara's wand arm ached pleasantly from the morning's magical work, and her mind felt clearer than it had in weeks. She found herself actually looking forward to her practice session that afternoon, not with desperate anxiety, but with genuine curiosity about whether her new understanding would translate into success. At 3 o'clock, she made her way to McGonagall's classroom. The corridor was quiet. Most students were outside, enjoying the sunshine, or in the library, working on assignments. Through the windows, she could see the Quidditch pitch in the distance, where small figures zoomed around on brooms, their practice shouts faint but enthusiastic. The Transfiguration classroom was empty and peaceful, afternoon light pouring through the tall windows in golden shafts. Dust motes drifted lazily through the beams, and the whole space felt suspended somehow, removed from the usual pressure and noise of student life. Ilara set her bag down and pulled out the matchstick from breakfast. She placed it on the desk in the brightest patch of sunlight and simply looked at it. Really looked. The wood was aspen, she decided, pale and soft, the kind that burned easily. The grain pattern suggested the tree had grown quickly, without many obstacles. The octagonal shaping showed tool marks, faint ridges where a blade had carved the wood into its current form. The red tip caught the light, and she could see tiny irregularities in the coating. It wasn't perfectly smooth, but slightly textured. This was what she was trying to create, not some abstract idea of a matchstick, but this specific object with all its particular qualities, solid but light, rigid but not brittle, designed for one dramatic moment of transformation when friction would ignite that chemical tip and fire would consume the wood in a controlled burn. After 10 minutes of pure observation, Ilara carefully returned the matchstick to her pocket and retrieved a fresh feather from the cabinet. She carried it back to her desk and set it beside where the matchstick had been, in that same shaft of sunlight. Now she looked at the feather with equal attention. The central rachis was hollow. She could see light through it when she held it at the right angle. The barbs were asymmetrical, longer on one side than the other, which had helped the bird control its flight. The barbules that hooked everything together were visible under close inspection, tiny structures performing a vital function. The whole feather was designed to be as light as possible, while maintaining enough structure to push against air. Feather and matchstick. Two objects with completely different purposes, completely different structures, but both made of matter that could be rearranged, both containing potential for transformation. Ilara closed her eyes and held both images in her mind, not vague concepts anymore, but the specific, detailed reality of both objects. The feather with its hollow shaft and interlocking barbs, the matchstick with its soft wood grain and chemical-coated tip. Then she thought about the path between them, the molecules of keratin breaking apart, rearranging, becoming cellulose and lignin, the hollow spaces filling in, creating density, the white fading to pale brown, the flexibility becoming rigidity, the purpose shifting from flight to flame. But more than just the physical transformation, there was something else, a sense of permission, of cooperation. She wasn't forcing this change. She was showing the feather. This is what you could become. This is another form your matter could take. Will you accept this path? It felt almost like asking a question and waiting for an answer. Elara opened her eyes, raised her wand, and spoke clearly and calmly. Transmuto. The magic flowed through her wand differently than it ever had before, smooth and natural, like water, finding its course. The feather responded immediately, no hesitation, no resistance. The barbs pressed together and merged into solid wood. The rachis thickened and straightened. White became pale brown, the color spreading from tip to base like watercolor on parchment. The flexible curve became rigid and straight, and the tip, the crucial tip, darkened to red. Not char, not ash, but the proper chemical coating that would catch fire when struck. Within 5 seconds, where a feather had been, a matchstick now rested on the desk. Elara stared at it, hardly daring to breathe. It looked perfect, not half transformed, not nearly right, but actually completely perfect. Pale aspen wood with visible grain, octagonal in cross-section, a red phosphorus tip shaped in a careful dome. She picked it up with trembling fingers. It felt right, the weight, the texture, the slight roughness of the wood. She pulled the original matchstick from her pocket and compared them side by side. They were nearly identical, but the real test would be whether it actually functioned as a matchstick. Elara retrieved a small piece of parchment from her bag, something she wouldn't mind burning, and placed it on the stone floor away from anything flammable. Then, with her heart pounding so hard she could hear it in her ears, she struck her transformed matchstick against the rough stone of the desk edge. The tip caught instantly. A bright flame sprang to life, burning steady and true. Not too fast, not too slow, exactly as a proper matchstick should. She touched it to the parchment, which caught fire, and then dropped the burning matchstick beside it. Both burned together, the flame consuming the wood in exactly the controlled way fire was supposed to consume a matchstick. It worked. It actually worked. Elara sat down hard in her chair, suddenly aware that her legs were shaking. She had done it. After weeks of struggle, after countless failed attempts, after so much frustration and doubt, she had achieved a complete, successful, functional transformation. The burning parchment and matchstick finished their work, leaving only a small pile of ash on the stone floor. Elara vanished it with a casual evanesco and was dimly surprised when the spell worked perfectly on her first attempt. The vanishment McGonagall had been teaching them, which had seemed so difficult yesterday, now felt almost natural. Perhaps that was what McGonagall had meant about deeper understanding. Once you truly grasp the principles underlying one type of magic, other related magics became easier. Transformation, vanishment, they were different applications of the same fundamental truth about how magic could change the nature of matter. Elara stood up and retrieved another feather from the cabinet, suddenly eager to confirm that the success wasn't a fluke. She returned to her desk and repeated the process: observation, understanding, clear intent, permission rather than force, Transmuto. The feather became a matchstick, smooth and complete. Success again. She tested this one too, striking it against the desk. It caught perfectly, burned properly, functioned exactly as a real matchstick should. Elara laughed aloud, the sound echoing in the empty classroom. Pure joy bubbled up in her chest. Not relief, though there was certainly some of that, but genuine delight in having finally understood something that had eluded her for so long. She transformed 5 more feathers, each attempt smooth and successful. By the 6th transformation, she barely needed to think about the process consciously. Her magic knew what to do. The understanding had sunk deep enough that it felt almost instinctive. On the 7th feather, she tried something different. Instead of pausing to observe and prepare, she simply picked up the feather and transformed it immediately, trusting that her understanding was solid enough to work without elaborate mental preparation. Transmuto. Perfect matchstick. No hesitation, no partial transformation, just clean and complete success. Elara set down her wand and simply sat for a moment, absorbing what had just happened. She had moved from struggling with basic transformation to performing it casually, confidently, successfully. The difference was like night and day, or rather like confusion and clarity. Once you truly understood, the magic followed naturally. The classroom door opened, and McGonagall entered. The professor stopped just inside, taking in the scene. Elara at her desk, 7 perfect matchsticks arranged in a neat row, and an expression of pure accomplishment on the student's face. Miss Whitmore. McGonagall's voice was carefully neutral, but something in her eyes suggested she knew exactly what had happened. I see you've been productive this afternoon. Professor, I did it. I really did it. Look. Elara gestured to the matchsticks, then realized McGonagall could see them perfectly well. They all work. I tested 2 of them. Complete functional transformations. McGonagall approached the desk and examined the matchsticks with her professional eye, even picking one up to inspect it closely. The grain pattern is excellent. The tip coating appears properly formed. The density feels correct. She struck the matchstick against the desk edge, and it caught immediately. She watched the flame for a moment before extinguishing it with a casual wave of her wand. Fully functional. Well done, Miss Whitmore. This is exceptional work. The praise, genuine, unqualified praise from McGonagall, made Elara's chest feel tight with pride. What changed? McGonagall asked, setting down the matchstick. You've been close for days, but something was clearly different today. Someone sent me a matchstick at breakfast, Elara explained, with a note saying I needed to really see it before I could create it. So I spent time just observing, understanding it in detail, rather than having a vague idea of what a matchstick should be, and that made all the difference. Someone sent you. McGonagall's expression became thoughtful. Interesting. Do you know who? The note just said, a friend. No signature. Something flickered across McGonagall's face, an emotion Elara couldn't quite identify, but the professor simply said, well, whoever it was, they gave you sound advice. Specific, detailed understanding is always superior to general knowledge in practical magic. McGonagall moved to her desk at the front of the classroom and began organizing papers, preparing for tomorrow's lessons, presumably. But she spoke as she worked, her tone conversational, in a way it rarely was during actual class. The best transfigurists I've known all share one quality. They are exceptional observers of detail. They notice things others miss. The particular way light refracts through water, the exact texture of different types of stone, the subtle variations in how different woods burn. That attention to detail translates directly into more successful magic because their mental images are more precise. Elara gathered her 7 matchsticks carefully, tucking them into her bag. Evidence of success, proof that she could do this. "Professor, may I ask you something?" "Of course." "When you told me about your failed animagus transformation, with the feathers growing from your ears, what finally made it work the second time? You said you stopped caring about success and focused on understanding, but what did that actually mean in practice?" McGonagall set down her papers and gave Elara her full attention, as if considering whether to share something personal. After a moment, she spoke. "The first time, I was trying to force my body into the form of a cat because I wanted to prove I could. The second time, I tried to understand what it would mean to be a cat, not just the physical form, but the sensory experience, the instincts, the way a cat perceives the world. I stopped trying to impose a shape and started trying to inhabit a different mode of being." She paused. "Does that make sense?" "I think so. It's like you weren't just changing your outside. You were changing your inside too, your perspective." "Precisely. And that's the difference between superficial magic and deep magic. Superficial magic changes appearances. Deep magic changes nature." McGonagall smiled slightly, a rare expression that softened her usually stern features. "You've discovered that today, Miss Whitmore. What you're doing now isn't just making a feather look like a matchstick. You're actually transforming its fundamental nature. That's real transfiguration." The praise settled over Elara like warm sunshine. Real transfiguration. Not beginner's magic, not practice for the sake of practice, but genuine mastery of a fundamental magical principle. "The practical exam Friday," McGonagall continued, "will be simple for you now. I'll be testing the feather to matchstick transformation, of course, but also the reverse. Matchstick back to feather, and then a few variations on the theme. But given what I've seen today, I have no concerns about your performance." "Really?" The relief was overwhelming. "Really? You've moved past the struggling phase and into actual competence. The exam will simply be a formality to document what you've already achieved." McGonagall returned to her papers. "You may continue practicing if you wish, though I suspect you've done enough for today. Sometimes it's best to end on a triumph rather than risk exhausting yourself." Elara considered, then shook her head. "I think I'd like to practice the reverse transformation, just to be sure I understand it both ways." "Wise. The cabinet has additional feathers if you need them. I'll be here working for another hour if you have questions." Elara retrieved more feathers and spent the next hour practicing both transformations, feather to matchstick and matchstick back to feather. The reverse transformation proved slightly trickier, requiring her to understand how to restore the hollow spaces, the interlocking barbs, the flight-designed asymmetry. But now that she understood the principle, it was more a matter of application than fundamental confusion. By the time she left McGonagall's classroom, the sun was setting, painting the corridor windows in shades of orange and pink. She walked slowly back toward her common room, her bag heavy with successfully transformed objects, her mind quiet in a way it hadn't been for weeks. The castle felt different somehow, or perhaps she felt different moving through it. The portraits she passed seemed to nod with more approval. The suits of armor stood a bit straighter. Even the staircases cooperated, not shifting until she'd safely crossed. Or maybe that was just her imagination, her relief and joy coloring everything with a rosy glow. When she entered the common room, Marcus looked up from his chess game immediately. "Well, how did it go?" Elara pulled out one of her transform matchsticks and held it up. "I did it." The common room erupted in congratulations. Students she barely knew patted her on the back. Rebecca hugged her enthusiastically. Even older students called out encouraging words. "Knew you'd get it eventually," Oliver said cheerfully. "McGonagall's a tough teacher, but she wouldn't have kept working with you if she didn't think you could succeed." "Show us," one of the second years begged. "Transform something." Elara glanced around the common room and spotted a quill someone had left on a side table. Abandoned homework, probably. "May I?" "Go ahead." She picked up the quill, also a feather, conveniently, and held it where everyone could see. Then, calmly and confidently, she performed the transformation. Transmuto. The quill became a perfect matchstick in her hand. Gasps and applause rippled through the watching students. "Brilliant!" Rebecca exclaimed. "Can you do the reverse?" "Transmuto," Elara said, holding the image of the quill clearly in her mind. The matchstick flowed back into feather form. Not exactly the same as the original quill, but close enough. More applause. Someone started a chant of her house name. Elara laughed, embarrassed but pleased, and returned the feather quill to the table. That night, she fell asleep easily for the first time in weeks, her mind quiet and content. In her dreams, she transformed 1,000 feathers into 1,000 matchsticks, each one catching fire and illuminating the darkness with steady, triumphant light. The breakthrough had come at last, not through force or desperation, but through patience, observation, and a willingness to truly understand. And now, finally, she knew what the magic felt like when it worked. Wednesday morning dawned crisp and clear, the kind of October day that made the Scottish Highlands look like a painting. Elara woke with an unfamiliar sensation, confidence. Not the nervous, uncertain hope she'd carried for weeks, but genuine, solid confidence born from proven ability. She had transformed feathers into matchsticks successfully, repeatedly, effortlessly. The magic that had once seemed impossibly elusive now felt like a natural extension of her will. At breakfast, she found herself actually tasting her food rather than forcing it down mechanically. The porridge was warm and sweet with honey. The toast was perfectly crisp. Even the pumpkin juice seemed more flavorful than usual, or perhaps everything just tasted better when you weren't consumed by anxiety. "You're in a good mood," Marcus observed, spreading jam on his second helping of toast. "I take it yesterday's success wasn't a fluke?" "I spent another hour practicing after you went to bed," Elara admitted. "Must have done 20 successful transformations. It just works now. I can feel the magic cooperating instead of fighting me." "That's brilliant. Though I have to say, it's a bit intimidating watching you go from struggling to mastering something in the span of a few days. Makes the rest of us look like we're not trying hard enough." Rebecca leaned across the table, her eyes bright with curiosity. "What's it feel like? When the transformation works properly, I mean. I can do it, obviously, but I've never really thought about how it feels." Elara considered the question, trying to put the sensation into words. It's like, when you're trying to remember something, and it's right there on the tip of your tongue, and then suddenly it just comes to you. That moment of clarity. It's like that, but with magic. Everything aligns, your intent, the object's potential, the wand's focus, and the transformation just happens. Almost inevitable, once all the pieces are in place. Poetic, Thomas commented from down the table. McGonagall would probably say something more technical about molecular restructuring and magical field theory. McGonagall said it was real transfiguration, Ilara said, unable to keep a note of pride from her voice. Not just surface magic, but actually changing the fundamental nature of the object. High praise from McGonagall, Oliver noted. She once told me my transformation was adequate, though lacking in refinement. I was pleased until I realized lacking in refinement meant barely acceptable. The Morning Post arrived in its usual flurry of wings and hooting. Today, a sleek barn owl landed in front of Ilara with a small envelope, higher quality parchment than yesterday's mysterious package. With her name written in elegant script, she recognized immediately her grandmother. Ilara opened it carefully, aware of her friend's curious glances. Inside was a brief note. Dearest Ilara, your mother's letter mentioned you were struggling with transfiguration. I thought you might benefit from enclosed wisdom. Remember, magic rewards understanding, not force. Your grandfather always said the best transfigurists are those who can see the soul of things. With love, Grandmother Whitmore. Tucked behind the note was a faded photograph, the kind that moved with the gentle animation of magical images. It showed a young man, probably in his 20s, standing in what looked like McGonagall's classroom. He was laughing as he transformed what appeared to be a textbook into a bird, which promptly flew around his head before transforming back and dropping into his hands. Her grandfather. She'd never met him. He'd died before she was born. But she'd heard stories. A talented transfigurist who had taught at Hogwarts briefly before moving into ministry work. Family, Marcus asked gently. My grandmother, and a photo of my grandfather. Apparently, he was good at transfiguration too. Ilara studied the photograph, watching her grandfather's animated face cycle through its loop of laughter and transformation. There was joy in his expression, pure delight in the magic he was performing, not grim determination or anxious perfectionism, just genuine pleasure in the act of transformation. Magic rewards understanding, not force. Everyone kept telling her the same thing in different words, and now she finally understood what they meant. Transfiguration class that morning felt different from every previous lesson. Ilara entered the classroom without the usual knot of anxiety in her stomach, without the worried glance at her classmates to see who might be watching her fail. She took her seat by the window with calm anticipation. McGonagall stood at the front, hands clasped before her, waiting for the class to settle. Good morning. Today we continue our work with vanishment, but we'll also be reviewing object transformation in preparation for Friday's practical examination. I expect each of you to demonstrate both competence and consistency. She waved her wand, and practice materials appeared on each desk: a feather, a matchstick, and a small snail. You will have the period to practice all three skills: transformation of feather to matchstick, reverse transformation, and vanishment of the snail. I will be circulating to observe your technique and offer guidance where needed. Begin. The classroom filled with the sounds of magic being worked, incantations spoken in various tones of confidence or uncertainty, the faint shimmer of successful transformations, the disappointed sighs of partial failures. Elara looked down at her materials. A fresh white feather, pristine and perfect. She picked it up, feeling its softness, acknowledging its structure. Then, without anxiety or hesitation, she raised her wand. Transmuto. The transformation flowed smoothly, naturally. 5 seconds, and a perfect matchstick rested in her palm. She examined it briefly. Proper grain, correct density, well-formed tip. Then set it aside and prepared for the reverse transformation. Transmuto. Matchstick to feather. Equally smooth, though she noticed the restored feather wasn't identical to the original. Slightly different barb arrangement, marginally asymmetrical. Interesting. The reverse transformation restored the general form, but not the exact specific details. She'd have to think about why that was. Movement beside her desk made her look up. McGonagall stood there, watching with an expression that might have been approval. Well executed, Miss Whitmore. The forward transformation is excellent, though I notice your reverse transformation produces a slightly generalized feather, rather than restoring the original's specific characteristics. I noticed that too, Professor. Why does that happen? Because you're holding the image of a feather in your mind rather than this specific feather. When you perform the initial transformation, you observe the feather carefully, note its details, understand its particular qualities. But when reversing, you're working from memory of what a feather generally is, not what this particular feather was. McGonagall gestured with her wand, and both feather and matchstick vanished, replaced by fresh materials. Try again, but this time, before you transform the feather initially, study it even more carefully. Fix its specific details in your memory, the exact curve of the raches, the particular pattern of the barbs, any small imperfections. Then, when you reverse the transformation, call back those specific details. Elara nodded and picked up the new feather. She examined it with intense focus, noting everything she could. The raches curved very slightly to the left. The barbs were longer on the right side than the left. This had been an asymmetrical flight feather. There was a tiny gap in the barbs about halfway down, where one seemed to be missing. The tip was slightly yellowed, as if the bird had been old or the feather had been stored for a long time. She held all these details in her mind as she transformed it. Transmuto. Perfect matchstick. She set it down and immediately prepared for the reverse, calling up her memory of those specific details. The leftward curve, the asymmetrical barbs, the tiny gap, the yellowed tip. Transmuto. The matchstick became a feather, and this time, yes, it was much closer to the original. The curve was there, the asymmetry, even the small gap in the barbs. Not absolutely perfect, but remarkably close. Much better, McGonagall said with satisfaction. That's the difference between competent magic and masterful magic. Attention to detail. Continue practicing. The professor moved on to help another student, leaving Elara to work through several more transformations, each time trying to capture more specific details to make the reverse transformation more accurate. It was challenging in a way she hadn't expected. Not the basic magic, which she now had solid command of, but the precision, the refinement of the skill. After her 5th successful round-trip transformation, she turned her attention to the snail. Vanishment still felt trickier than transformation, requiring a different mental framework. Instead of seeing two states and a path between them, she had to see existence and non-existence as equally valid options, and then encourage the snail to choose non-existence. She raised her wand and focused on the snail. Brown shell, soft body, tiny antennae exploring the desk. And then she imagined the desk without it. The space it occupied, empty. The snail returned to whatever non-corporeal state matter came from before magical conjuration or natural growth brought it into being. Evanesco. The snail flickered, became translucent, and then, after a moment's resistance, vanished completely. Success. Ilara felt a surge of satisfaction. Not just the basic transformation anymore, but multiple related skills all working together. She was becoming genuinely competent at practical transfiguration. Around the classroom, other students were having varying degrees of success. Rebecca was breezing through the exercises, already on her 10th or 11th successful transformation. Thomas was struggling with vanishment, his snail stubbornly refusing to disappear despite repeated attempts. Oliver had managed to transform his feather into something that was almost but not quite a matchstick. It looked right, but apparently didn't actually light properly when he tried to strike it. McGonagall paused beside Oliver's desk. "Mr. Prewett, your transformation is 90% successful, which means it's 100% wrong. A matchstick that doesn't light isn't a matchstick. It's a stick that looks like a matchstick. You're transforming the appearance without transforming the function." "But how do I transform the function, Professor?" "By understanding what the function is. A matchstick's purpose is to catch fire through friction and burn in a controlled manner. That requires specific chemical properties in the tip coating and specific structural properties in the wood. You must hold that functional understanding in your mind, not just the visual appearance." It was the same lesson Ilara had learned, phrased differently for Oliver's learning style. Understanding rather than imitating. Function rather than appearance. The period passed quickly. By the end, Ilara had successfully completed a dozen transformations in each direction and vanished 4 snails. Her wand work felt smooth and confident, and the magic responded readily to her intent. As students packed their bags, McGonagall called out, "Miss Whitmore, a moment, please." Ilara approached the professor's desk, curious and slightly nervous, despite her successful practice session. "I wanted to tell you that your progress has been remarkable," McGonagall said quietly, her voice pitched for Ilara's ears only. "You've moved from struggling student to competent practitioner in less than a week. That demonstrates not just ability, but genuine dedication to understanding." "Thank you, Professor." "I also wanted to mention—" McGonagall paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "The practical exam Friday will include an additional challenge for students who have demonstrated mastery of the basic transformations. You'll be asked to attempt a more complex transformation, cross-species or inanimate to animate. It's optional for extra credit, but I believe you're ready for it if you wish to try." Ilara's eyes widened. Cross-species transformation, turning one animal into another, was advanced magic, usually covered in 4th or 5th year. Inanimate to animate was even harder, bringing life to lifeless matter. What would the transformation be? "I haven't decided yet. something appropriate for a third year who shows promise. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Don't feel pressured. Your grade won't suffer if you decline. But I wanted to offer the opportunity. I'd like to try, Elara heard herself say. Whatever it is, I'd like to attempt it. Very well. Friday then. McGonagall nodded dismissal, and Elara gathered her things and left the classroom with her mind already spinning with possibilities. Cross-species, or inanimate to animate transformation. The former would mean understanding two different living creatures, their structures, their natures, their essential beings, and finding the path between them. The latter would mean understanding how to imbue dead matter with the spark of life, or at least the simulation of life. Both seemed impossibly complex. But then, a week ago, turning a feather into a matchstick had seemed impossible too. At lunch, Elara told Marcus and Rebecca about McGonagall's offer. That's brilliant, Rebecca said enthusiastically. Extra credit on a practical exam. That could really boost your overall grade for the term. It's also terrifying, Elara admitted. What if I fail spectacularly in front of everyone? Then you fail spectacularly, Marcus said with a shrug. McGonagall said it's optional, so failure won't hurt your grade. But success would be impressive. And you've already proven you can master difficult magic when you put your mind to it. Besides, Rebecca added, after struggling as much as you did with the basic transformation, don't you want to show everyone what you're really capable of? There was truth in that. Part of Elara did want to demonstrate that her earlier struggles hadn't been due to lack of ability, but simply to not having found the right approach yet. And another part, the part that had fallen in love with Transfiguration once she'd finally understood it, genuinely wanted to attempt more advanced magic just to see if she could. The afternoon stretched before her with no scheduled classes, a rare free period. Most students were heading outside to enjoy the continued good weather or to the library to work on weekend assignments. Elara found herself drawn to McGonagall's classroom instead, even though it was technically outside her scheduled practice time. She knocked on the door, unsure if the professor would even be there. Enter, came McGonagall's crisp voice. Elara pushed open the door to find McGonagall at her desk, marking papers with quick, precise strokes of her quill. The professor looked up, one eyebrow raised in question. Miss Whitmore, I didn't expect to see you again today. I was wondering. Elara hesitated, suddenly feeling presumptuous. Would it be possible to practice this afternoon? I know it's not my scheduled time, but I wanted to work on precision, making the reverse transformations more accurate. McGonagall set down her quill and studied Elara for a moment. Then she smiled, a genuine smile that transformed her usually stern features. You know what separates adequate students from exceptional ones, Miss Whitmore? Adequate students practice when required. Exceptional students practice because they genuinely want to improve. Yes, you may use the classroom. The practice materials are in the usual cabinet. Thank you, Professor. Elara sat up at her favorite desk by the window and began practicing with renewed focus. Each transformation, she tried to observe more details about the feather before changing it. Each reverse transformation, she tried to recall those details more accurately. It was painstaking work, requiring intense concentration, but she found it deeply satisfying. After her 10th successful round-trip transformation, a small movement caught her eye. A real bird, a sparrow, had landed on the windowsill outside, peering in at her with bright, curious eyes. It tilted its head, watching her work with what seemed like avian interest. Elara looked at the sparrow, then at the feather in her hand. That feather had once been a part of a bird like this, a living creature with thoughts and instincts and purposes. Now it was just matter, separated from its origin, waiting to be transformed into something else entirely. An idea struck her. For the advanced transformation McGonagall had mentioned, what if it was feather to bird, inanimate to animate, but using a feather that had originally been part of a bird? There would be a kind of poetry in that, a returning of the feather to something like its original purpose. She didn't attempt it. That would be far beyond her current ability. But she studied the sparrow carefully, noting how it moved, how its body was structured, how life animated its small form. Understanding, not forcing. That was the key to all transformation. The sparrow eventually flew away, but Elara continued practicing until the late afternoon sun painted long shadows across the classroom floor. By then, her reverse transformations were remarkably accurate, sometimes nearly perfect reproductions of the original feather, complete with specific curves and imperfections. McGonagall had finished her marking and was observing Elara's practice with undisguised approval. That level of precision will serve you well, Miss Whitmore, not just in Transfiguration, but in all branches of magic. The willingness to refine your work beyond mere adequacy. That's the mark of a true scholar. Professor, can I ask, what will the advanced transformation be on Friday? I haven't decided yet, McGonagall admitted. I'm considering several options, but I promise it will be something that tests your understanding without being impossible for a third year who truly grasps the principles. As Elara left the classroom that evening, her bag heavy with perfectly transformed and reverse transformed practice materials, she felt a strange mixture of nervousness and excitement about Friday. The basic exam held no fear anymore. She knew she could perform those transformations reliably, but the advanced challenge represented something unknown, something that would push her abilities to their current limit, and somehow that prospect thrilled rather than terrified her. The next day, Thursday, passed in a blur of regular classes and final preparations. In the evening, Elara found several of her classmates gathered in the common room, nervously practicing transformations and quizzing each other on transfiguration theory. I heard McGonagall might include a timed component, one student worried. What if we have to transform multiple objects in sequence? That's just rumor, Rebecca assured them. Though it wouldn't hurt to practice working quickly. Elara joined the study group, helping several students who were still struggling with the basic transformation. She found that explaining the concepts to others actually deepened her own understanding. Trying to put into words how to work with the magic rather than against it forced her to articulate principles she'd been following intuitively. A second year named Emma was particularly frustrated, her feather stubbornly refusing to transform beyond a slight darkening at the tip. You're trying too hard, Elara told her gently, echoing McGonagall's words from weeks ago. Magic responds to clarity, not force. Stop demanding that the feather change and start showing it what it could become, like you're offering it a choice rather than giving it an order. Emma tried again with this new mindset, and her feather compressed slightly, Not a complete transformation, but more progress than she'd made all evening. Her face lit up with hope. That's it. I felt something different that time. Watching Emma's breakthrough reminded Alara of her own struggle and of how far she'd come. A week ago, she had been the one desperately seeking advice. Now she was the one offering it, confident enough in her own understanding to guide others. That night, she dreamed of transformations. But unlike the anxious nightmares of previous weeks, these were pleasant dreams of feathers flowing smoothly into matchsticks, matchsticks back into feathers, everything working exactly as it should. Magic as natural as breathing, as inevitable as sunrise. Friday morning would bring the exam, but Alara was ready. More than ready. She was genuinely looking forward to demonstrating what she had learned. Friday morning arrived with a peculiar stillness, as if the castle itself was holding its breath. Alara woke before dawn, too alert for sleep, her mind already moving through the transformations she would perform in a few hours. But there was no anxiety now, just a calm, focused anticipation. She knew what she could do. She understood the magic. All that remained was to demonstrate it. The dormitory was quiet, her roommates still sleeping peacefully, untroubled by practical exams. Alara, dressed in the pre-dawn darkness, made her way down to the common room, thinking she'd be alone with her thoughts. But a small fire was already burning in the hearth. House elf magic, keeping the space warm and welcoming even at this early hour, and Marcus sat in one of the armchairs, reading by wandlight. He looked up as she descended the stairs. Couldn't sleep either. Too awake, Alara admitted, settling into the chair opposite him. What's your excuse? History of Magic essay, due Monday. Figured I'd get an early start. He set down his book, The Goblin Rebellions, a comprehensive review, and studied her face. You look calm. That's good. I feel calm. Ready, actually. Alara watched the fire dancing in the hearth, yellow and orange flames consuming the wood in that controlled burn house. Elves had perfected. Transformation everywhere, even in something as ordinary as a fire. It's strange. A week ago, I was terrified of today. Now I'm almost looking forward to it. That's what confidence does. Changes everything. Marcus leaned back in his chair. You're going to do brilliantly, you know. I've seen you practice. You've got this completely mastered. The basic transformation, yes. But McGonagall's planning to give me an advanced challenge too. Something harder. Extra credit challenge? Exactly. Well, if anyone can handle it, it's you. You've proven you can learn difficult magic once you figure out the right approach. Marcus grinned. Besides, think how satisfying it'll be to succeed at something most third years wouldn't even attempt. They sat together in companionable silence as the sky outside slowly lightened, grey dawn giving way to pale gold. Other students began trickling down from the dormitories, some heading to early breakfast, others settling in for last-minute studying. The common room filled with the low murmur of conversation and the nervous energy that always preceded important exams. Rebecca appeared at 7 o'clock, looking far more put together than anyone had a right to at that hour. There you are. I've been looking for you. Ready for breakfast. We should eat properly. Exam performance always suffers on an empty stomach. The great hall was already busy. Students from all houses gathered for what would likely be a tense day of practical examinations. Transfiguration wasn't the only practical exam scheduled. Charms had theirs in the afternoon and potions later in the week. But it was the one Elara had been dreading and preparing for most intensely. She forced herself to eat, though food felt unnecessary when her body was already running on pure nervous energy. Porridge with honey, toast with butter, pumpkin juice that was slightly too cold, making her teeth ache. Around her, her classmates chattered with forced cheerfulness, everyone trying to project confidence they didn't entirely feel. At 8:30, the third years began making their way toward McGonagall's classroom. The corridor outside was crowded with students, some reviewing notes one final time, others simply standing in nervous silence. Through the closed door, Elara could hear McGonagall's voice giving instructions to what must be second years finishing their own examination. "Remember," Rebecca said quietly, "McGonagall's tough, but fair. She's not trying to make us fail. She just wants to see that we've actually learned the material." "Easy for you to say," Thomas muttered. "You've been perfect at transformations all term." "Not perfect, just practiced." But Rebecca's confidence was evident in every line of her posture. The classroom door opened, and second years filed out, looking relieved to have finished. A few looked pleased with themselves. Others wore expressions of resignation that suggested the exam hadn't gone as well as hoped. "Third years," McGonagall's voice called from inside. "Enter and take your seats. The examination will begin promptly at 9 o'clock. The classroom had been rearranged for the exam. The desks were spaced further apart than usual, preventing any possibility of students observing each other's work too closely. At each desk sat 3 objects under a cloth covering. The examination materials, Elara presumed. McGonagall stood at the front, her expression stern and professional, giving no hint of the encouraging teacher who had worked with Elara privately all week. "You have 1 hour," McGonagall announced once everyone was seated and silent. "Under the cloth, you will find 3 items: a white feather, a wooden matchstick, and a small garden snail. You will perform 3 transformations in the following order. First, transform the feather into a matchstick. Second, transform the matchstick back into a feather. Third, vanish the snail completely. I will be observing each student's technique and results. You may begin when ready." She waved her wand, and a large hourglass on her desk inverted itself, golden sand beginning its steady flow. "You may uncover your materials and begin." The soft sound of cloth being removed filled the room. Elara pulled away her covering to reveal the 3 objects, exactly as McGonagall had described. The feather was pristine white, probably from an owl. The matchstick was ordinary aspen with a red phosphorus tip. The snail was grey-shelled and already retracting at the sudden exposure to light. Around her, students were beginning their work. Wands raised, incantations spoken in voices ranging from confident to tremulous. "Transmuto, transmuto, transmuto." The air began to shimmer with magic being worked. Elara took a slow breath and picked up the feather. She let herself truly see it one final time. The delicate barbs, the hollow raches, the asymmetrical design for flight. She acknowledged its nature, its origin, its current state. Then she held the image of the matchstick clearly in her mind. Dense wood, rigid structure, chemical tip ready for ignition. She raised her wand, feeling the familiar warmth of hawthorn against her palm, and spoke with calm clarity. "Transmuto." The magic flowed smoothly through her wand, and the feather responded immediately. barbs compressed and merged into solid wood. The rachis thickened and straightened. White faded to pale brown. The transformation completed in 5 seconds. A perfect matchstick resting on her desk. Ilara allowed herself a small smile. One down. She picked up the matchstick, feeling its weight and texture. Then she recalled the specific details of the feather it had been, the particular curve of the rachis, the asymmetrical barb pattern, the pristine whiteness. Holding those details clearly, she performed the reverse transformation. Transmuto. The matchstick flowed back into feather form. Not perfectly identical to the original. Reverse transformations rarely were, but close. Very close. The essential qualities were all there. 2 down, 1 to go. Ilara turned her attention to the snail, which had emerged slightly from its shell to investigate its surroundings with cautious antennae. She studied it for a moment, acknowledging its existence. Then she visualized the desk without it, the empty space, the absence, the return to non-being. Evanesco. The snail flickered once, twice, became translucent as glass, and then simply ceased to exist. Complete, clean vanishment. 3 for 3. Ilara set down her wand and looked up to find McGonagall watching her. Their eyes met across the classroom, and the professor gave the tiniest of nods before moving on to observe another student. Around the room, other students were at various stages of completion. Rebecca had finished as well and sat calmly waiting. Thomas was struggling with his reverse transformation. His matchstick kept turning into something that was half feather, half stick, a disturbing hybrid. Oliver had successfully vanished his snail, but was now staring at the empty spot on his desk as if surprised by his own success. Ilara glanced at the hourglass. 20 minutes had passed. 40 minutes remained. McGonagall moved through the rows, observing, occasionally making notes on a parchment she carried. When she reached Ilara's desk, she examined the transformed materials with professional thoroughness, checking the matchstick's grain and density, testing whether it would actually strike, inspecting the restored feather's structure. "Well executed, Miss Whitmore," she said quietly, then pitched for Ilara's ears only. "If you wish to attempt the advanced challenge, raise your hand when you're ready. I'll provide the materials." Ilara's heart rate picked up. The advanced challenge. She'd been expecting it, preparing mentally for it. But now that the moment was here, nervous excitement fluttered in her chest. She watched McGonagall continue her rounds, evaluating other students' work. Thomas had finally managed his reverse transformation, though his feather looked more like a feather duster than a proper flight feather. A girl named Sarah was still working on her initial transformation, her feather stubbornly refusing to do more than smoke slightly. After another 10 minutes of observation, feeling confident and ready, Ilara raised her hand. McGonagall was beside her desk within moments. Without a word, the professor waved her wand, and the exam materials vanished. In their place appeared a single white feather, larger than the previous one, perhaps from a goose or swan, and nothing else. "Your challenge," McGonagall said softly, "is to perform an inanimate to animate transformation. Transform this feather into a living bird. Any small bird species you're familiar with will suffice. You have the remaining time." She paused, then added, "Remember, life is not created from nothing. You're not giving the feather true life, but rather animating it with a simulation of life. the appearance and behavior of a living bird, powered by your magic. A living bird, from a feather. It was exactly what Elara had imagined when watching the sparrow through the classroom window. The poetry of it, returning a feather to something resembling its original purpose, its original form as part of a living creature. But how? Elara stared at the feather, her mind racing through principles. An inanimate to animate transformation required understanding not just physical structure, but the quality of aliveness, movement, behavior, instinct, or at least the magical simulation of those things. She thought about the sparrow she'd observed, the way it had moved, quick, jerky motions, head tilting to focus its eyes, wings folding neatly against its body, the bright alertness in its gaze, the sense of awareness, of a mind making decisions about where to fly, what to investigate. A feather wasn't just part of a bird's structure, it was part of a living system. Blood vessels had once fed it. The bird's body had grown it according to complex biological instructions. And now, Elara needed to take this dead piece of keratin and convince it to become something that moved and breathed and behaved like life. Not true life. McGonagall had been clear about that. But the appearance of life. Magic-powered animation that mimicked the real thing. Elara closed her eyes, building the image in her mind with as much detail as she could manage. Not just the bird's shape, but its nature, the quick heartbeat, the lightweight skeleton full of air pockets, the bright, rapid processing mind that saw the world in ways humans couldn't, the instinct to fly, to perch, to preen feathers, to investigate surroundings with cautious curiosity. She held the feather and the image simultaneously. Then she thought about the path between them, not just physical transformation, but animation. The feather expanding, multiplying, reorganizing into a complete body, magic flowing through it like blood, powering movement, creating the illusion of life. It felt impossibly complex. But then, a week ago, turning a feather into a matchstick had felt impossible too. Elara raised her wand, drawing on everything she'd learned, understanding rather than force, cooperation rather than command. She wasn't creating life. She was showing the feather what it could become, what magical potential it held, and then encouraging it to take that form. Transmuto, she said, putting every bit of clarity and intent she could muster into the word. The feather trembled. Then it began to change. But this transformation was different from anything Elara had done before. Instead of smoothly flowing from one form to another, the feather seemed to grow. It expanded, split, multiplied. More feathers appeared, growing out from the original. A tiny body formed, skeletal structure emerging from nothing, flesh manifesting around bones that hadn't existed a moment before. The transformation took nearly 30 seconds, an eternity compared to her usual 5-second transformations. But gradually, undeniably, a small brown bird took shape on her desk. A sparrow, or something very close to it. For a moment, it sat perfectly still, and Elara's heart sank. She created the form, but not the life. It was just a bird-shaped object. Then the sparrow moved, its head tilted, bright black eyes focusing on Elara. It hopped twice, testing its legs, wings spread and folded in a preening motion. Then it chirped, a soft, questioning sound, and hopped again, exploring the desk with exactly the kind of cautious curiosity a real sparrow would show. It was alive, or at least it was moving and behaving as if it were alive. Elara stared at it in wonder, barely able to believe what she'd done. She'd created a bird. Not a real bird, perhaps, not something that could survive without her magic sustaining it, but something that moved and acted and seemed aware of its surroundings. The sparrow chirped again and hopped toward the edge of the desk. McGonagall was there immediately, watching the bird with an expression Elara couldn't quite read. The professor extended one finger, and the sparrow hopped onto it without hesitation, tilting its head to regard McGonagall with apparent interest. "Remarkable," McGonagall said softly. She tested the bird gently, letting it hop from finger to finger, observing how it balanced, how it reacted to stimuli. "The animation is excellent. Behavior is entirely appropriate for the species. Physical form is accurate in all major respects." She looked at Elara with something that might have been pride. "This is fifth-year level work, Miss Whitmore. Some students never manage a successful inanimate-to-animate transformation in their entire time at Hogwarts. Will it continue to exist? It will persist as long as you maintain a small flow of magic to sustain it. Without that, it will revert to being a feather, or rather, multiple feathers, since you've created an entire bird's worth of plumage." McGonagall stroked the sparrow gently with one finger, and it preened in response to the touch. "Would you like to keep it for a few moments? Or shall I end the transformation?" Elara looked at the little bird, this impossible thing she'd created. Part of her wanted to keep it, to continue sustaining it, to see how long she could maintain the animation. But she could feel the steady drain of magic required to keep the sparrow alive, subtle but constant, like water flowing through a crack. "You can end it, Professor." McGonagall raised her wand and spoke a counterspell Elara didn't recognize. The sparrow dissolved smoothly back into a collection of white feathers that drifted down onto the desk like snow. "Sit," McGonagall said. "The exam is complete for you. I need to finish evaluating the other students, but I wanted you to know that was exceptional work. Not just the advanced transformation, though that alone would have earned you top marks, but your basic transformations as well. Clean, precise, properly executed. This is what mastery looks like, Miss Whitmore." She moved away to continue her rounds, leaving Elara sitting at her desk with the pile of feathers and a sense of profound accomplishment blooming in her chest. Around her, other students were finishing their examinations. Some looked pleased, others worried, most simply relieved to be done. Thomas caught her eye and mouthed, "How did it go?" She responded with a smile and a thumbs up. The hourglass ran out, the last grains of sand falling through. McGonagall called time, and the remaining students, those who hadn't finished, set down their wands with expressions of resignation. "Examinations are complete," McGonagall announced. "Your scores will be posted Monday morning. Those who wish to discuss their performance may see me during office hours. You are dismissed." The classroom emptied quickly. Students eager to escape and decompress after the intensity of the exam. Elara gathered her things slowly, still processing what had just happened. She'd not only passed the exam, she'd excelled at it. She'd performed magic that even older students struggled with. "Miss Whitmore, one more moment." Elara approached McGonagall's desk, where the professor was organizing her evaluation parchments. "I wanted to tell you something," McGonagall said, her tone more personal than it had been during the exam. "You asked me once what finally made my animagus transformation work after I'd failed so spectacularly. I told you about changing my perspective, about understanding rather than forcing. But there was something else I didn't mention. Ilara waited, curious. Someone sent me a gift before my second attempt, an anonymous gift, a detailed sketch of a cat's skeleton, muscular system, and nervous system, with a note that said, "You cannot become what you don't understand." I never learned who sent it, though I had suspicions. But that gift changed everything for me. It gave me the detailed knowledge I needed. McGonagall met Ilara's eyes meaningfully. Someone sent you a matchstick this week, with similar advice about understanding through observation. You. That was you. I didn't say that, McGonagall said primly, but her eyes held a definite twinkle. I'm simply noting the parallel. Sometimes we all need someone to show us what we're missing, someone who sees our potential and knows exactly what we need to unlock it. Thank you, Ilara said quietly, for everything. Not just the possible matchstick, but for believing I could do this even when I wasn't sure I could. You did the work yourself, Miss Whitmore. I merely provided guidance and opportunity. The understanding, the perseverance, the eventual mastery, those were all you. McGonagall returned to her papers. Now, go celebrate with your friends. You've earned it. Ilara left the classroom to find Marcus and Rebecca waiting in the corridor. Well, Rebecca demanded, how did it go? I transformed a feather into a living bird. You what? Marcus's eyes went wide. That's advanced new T-level magic. McGonagall offered me an extra credit challenge. I attempted it, and it worked. Ilara couldn't keep the grin off her face. I actually created a bird. It moved and chirped and everything. Rebecca threw her arms around Ilara in an enthusiastic hug. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You've gone from struggling with basic transformations to performing advanced magic in a single week. Not a single week, Ilara corrected. Weeks of struggling, weeks of trying to understand, one moment of clarity, and then a week of intensive practice. It wasn't instant. Still impressive, Marcus said. Very impressive. This calls for a celebration. Honeydukes tomorrow. My treat. They walked together toward the Great Hall, where lunch would be starting soon. The castle felt lighter somehow. Or perhaps that was just Ilara's mood. The weight she'd been carrying for weeks, the anxiety, the self-doubt, the fear of failure, had lifted completely, replaced by confidence and pride in genuine accomplishment. That evening, Ilara sat in the common room near the fireplace, watching the flames consume wood in their eternal transformation. The fire danced and flickered, yellow and orange and occasional blue, turning solid matter into heat and light and ash. Natural magic, requiring no wand or incantation, just the right conditions and fuel. She pulled out the matchstick her anonymous benefactor, McGonagall, almost certainly, had sent her. It was ordinary in every way except that it had changed everything. By giving her something concrete to observe, it had unlocked the understanding she'd been missing. On impulse, Ilara struck the matchstick against the stone hearth. It caught immediately, bright flames springing to life. She watched it burn for a moment, the fire consuming the wood, transforming it from solid matter to gas and energy, then added it to the fireplace. The small flame joined the larger fire, becoming part of something bigger than itself. Feather to matchstick, matchstick to flame, flame consuming wood, releasing energy, creating warmth and light. Transformation upon transformation upon transformation. That's what magic was, at its core, understanding how things could change and helping that change occur. Marcus appeared beside her, dropping into the adjacent armchair. Deep thoughts? Just thinking about transformations, how nothing stays the same, how everything is always becoming something else. Very philosophical. He grinned. Also very you. Most people would just be celebrating passing a difficult exam. You are here contemplating the nature of reality. Can't I do both? I suppose you can. Marcus stretched out his legs toward the fire. You know what I realized today? Watching you succeed at something you'd been struggling with for so long, it reminded me that struggle doesn't mean failure. Sometimes struggle is just the process of understanding. You weren't bad at Transfiguration. You were learning it more deeply than the rest of us. Elara considered this. Maybe, or maybe, I was just making it harder than it needed to be. Either way, you figured it out. That's what matters. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the fire as the common room filled with evening activity around them. Students celebrating the end of a stressful week, friends laughing and joking, the comfortable chaos of Hogwarts life continuing in its eternal rhythms. Elara felt profoundly grateful for McGonagall's patient guidance, for Marcus and Rebecca's support, for the anonymous matchstick that had given her the key she needed, for her own stubborn refusal to give up even when success seemed impossible. And most of all, grateful for the magic itself, for the wonder of watching one thing become another, for the deep satisfaction of understanding something complex and beautiful, for the quiet joy of learning. Outside the window, the sun was setting over the grounds, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reflected off the lake. The castle settled into its evening routines, fires being lit, meals being prepared, students finishing homework or preparing for weekend adventures. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, new opportunities to learn and grow. But tonight, Elara simply sat by the fire and appreciated how far she'd come. From frustration to understanding, from struggle to mastery, from the feather to the flame. The transformation was complete.